I'd like to welcome everybody to today's hearings with the Education Committee here. Before we get into the first hearing, which is 1185, there's a sheet coming around, which is an updated report on the revenues that we're receiving in our trust fund and all, that will be important to look at in terms of, we have 4 bills that have been in a subcommittee dealing with fiscal matters. We met on Friday. This is for you to have right now. We will discuss it later, but don't lose this spreadsheet. Shows the revenues and appropriations within it. Going on to the first bill, I'd like to invite the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Reed. This is relative to sexual education instruction. I only want one at the table at a time, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Education Committee. My name is Karen Reed. I represent Hillsborough District 27, Deering and Francistown. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1185, which is the human sex education bill. I want to preface my testimony by telling you that I've been a registered nurse since 1991. A majority of my practice was as a school nurse, and my largest school was 500 students, ages pre-K through 5th grade. And I would like to also say that sex is an adult activity with adult consequences. During the periods between preschool and high school is a time of tremendous growth, both physical, emotional, and mental and academic growth. Learning does not stop once a student graduates. As educators, you are aware that we are trying to produce lifelong learners. Sex ed should continue at an age-appropriate level after high school. So my point being, we shouldn't have to feel like we need to cram everything in before they graduate. There's plenty of time to learn when they do graduate. There is currently a trend toward the adoption of Planned Parenthood's comprehensive sex ed, also known as CSE, curriculum in K-12 classrooms throughout the country. I would like to provide my rationale for why New Hampshire should not follow suit. Planned Parenthood has been deeply involved in setting the National Sexuality Education Standards, or NES, from which they benefit via millions of dollars in grants from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to provide curriculum, a significant conflict of interest. They are using these standards and related curriculum to promote a radical gender ideology that denies science and creates dangerous conflicts between parents and their children and between the child and their own psyche. The CSE endorses moral relativism of controversial sexual behaviors and relationships that are in conflict with most American cultural norms, religious beliefs, and family values. Planned Parenthood is the second largest supplier of cross-sex hormones in this country, so it is obvious their interest in controlling the sexual education of our young people is purely economic and not for social good. In addition, Planned Parenthood is one of the largest providers of abortions in this country and benefit financially from unintended pregnancies. A common criticism of Planned Parenthood developed NSES standards is that they expose children to age-inappropriate sexual material, and this is where I personally have an issue, robbing them of their innocence and increasing the potential for contracting sexually transmitted diseases or experiencing psychological damage. For example, CSE teaches gender identity to kindergartners and transgender puberty blockers to third graders. A related teacher's resource suggests sterilization as a form of birth control to 11 to 13-year-olds. It also suggests withholding information about a gender's identity confusion from parents. And the main curriculum strives to encourage children to seek counsel from trusted adults rather than their parents, while paying lip service to parents' roles in nurturing their children's knowledge of sexuality. In addition, CSE includes irrelevant content to promote their gender ideology agenda and fails to focus the curriculum on topic at hand. The life behaviors of a sexually healthy adult include statements like, interact with all genders instead of both, in respectful and appropriate ways, affirm one's own gender identities, and respect the gender identities of others. So if a child were to affirm that there are only male and female genders as science holds true, the child would be considered unhealthy according to these guidelines. For example, the sub-concepts are rife with statements such as reject stereotypes about the sexuality of different populations, avoid behaviors that exhibit prejudice and bigotry, critically examine the world around them for bias based on gender, sexual orientation, culture, ethnicity, and race. What does that have to do with sex ed for the purpose of avoiding STDs and unintended pregnancies? The Planned Parenthood curriculum is more ideology and indoctrination than sex education. Key concept number 6, society and culture. Topic 5 is diversity. Developmental messages about diversity for level 4, this is from the Planned Parenthood curriculum, include confronting one's own bias and prejudice can be difficult, and workplaces benefit from having employees from diverse backgrounds. Again, what does this have to do with sexual education? This represents the infiltration of irrelevant DEI pedagogy into supposed to be sex education. Under a section purportedly designed to promote adult sexual health entitled Goals and Information, they noticeably omit abstinence while including abortion, contraception, masturbation, gender identity, sexual orientation, and other controversial topics. A frequently cited reason for parents' decision to homeschool their children is their objection to CSE and LGBTQ education content in public schools. In the values section, the CSE states young people should view themselves as unique and worthwhile individuals within the context of their cultural heritage. So are they promoting other nations' cultural views on the treatment of women and homosexuals as something American children should accept? Will this lead to the future increase in honor killings, femicide, and hate crimes? Why caveat this value with context? Another value stated is in a pluralistic society, people should respect and accept the diversity of values and beliefs about sexuality that exist in a community. The United States motto is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. We are a melting pot. People come to America from many cultures, but are expected and need to assimilate to our culture, which is based on Judeo-Christian values enshrined in our founding documents. We need our children to be educated to a value system that is compatible and consistent with these American values. The concern here is that large populations of migrants and even legal immigrants who have not assimilated to the American values is leading to an increase in femicide and violence against homosexuals in our country. Quite a bit of curriculum is spent on sexual orientation and gender identity ideology rather than on material relevant to heterosexuals, which make up the vast majority of the population in this state. The material also has misleading statements such as two people who live together without being married can have the same commitment and responsibility toward one another as married people. This is not true, as marriage involves certain legal commitments, rights, and benefits that are not conferred on common law cohabitants. The material appears to have a bias against traditional marriage and heterosexual relationships, spending an inordinate amount of time on non-traditional relationships and sexual orientations. More time is spent on divorce than on many advantages of legal heterosexual marriages. If we want a happier, more financially secure, and properly functioning society, we should be promoting the proven benefits of legal marriage over living arrangements. To quote a study by Wilcox et al., 2005, experts on marriage and family recently summarized the benefits of healthy marriages for women, men, and children, and found better relationships between parents and children, as well as numerous economic, physical health, and mental health advantages for both adults and children. Single parenthood is the single biggest contributor to poverty and crime. A majority of New Hampshire parents want schools to provide comprehensive sex education, including information about abstinence, sexually transmitted diseases, HIV/AIDS, contraception, and disease prevention methods. New Hampshire sexual education should focus on transmitting fact-based, scientific, and medical information about human sexuality and related conditions and diseases, and avoid sidebar discussions around sexual values or legislation dealing with sexual issues. After all, these children are not even of voting age, and indoctrination is inappropriate in an already too short school day. This bill, what prompted me to propose this legislation is I had been following the comprehensive sex education as it migrated from California to Connecticut and the East Coast. Our executive committee stopped funding for this type of sex ed because they found problems with the curriculum. They found that it did in fact speak out both sides of its mouth. It told parents, it presented, the opportunity to have parents involved in the process and being transparent. Yet, once the students were in the classroom, they told the kids, like Las Vegas, what happens in this classroom stays in this classroom. Now, all those children bring different things to the table. By not being able to discuss what they're learning with their parents, guardians, grandparents, whoever, that's going to cause a conflict with students. We, in the United States, are a melting pot of so many beautiful, wonderful cultures that each have their own views around what they want their kids to know about family life. If we are pushing these tenets on kids whose families and cultures don't espouse this, we're causing unnecessary conflict. So the executive committee halted the funding and said, no, this is not appropriate for our schools. However, Senator Maggie Hassan went and secured funding through Amaskog Health to get the New Hampshire version of this is PrEP, Personal Responsibility Education Program. And so I called Amaskog Health to see, if they can, give me any direction. And I was told it's not in every district, and it's just in certain school districts, Manchester being one of them. So I reached out to Manchester and to see what how they determined which schools and which student populations would have access to this, and crickets, nothing back. Also, of course, the curriculums are copyrighted, so I could not provide you with outlines or guide, which was my hope. I wanted to be able to at least, pass it around, and I couldn't due to copyright. There are alternate, wonderful programs that schools, each individual district can buy, purchase, that follow our guidelines and are less intense for our students.
Thank you very much. We've gone on for 15 minutes now. Are there any questions for the representative from the committee? Not yes, Representative Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I have here an amendment,
Yes.
and I was wondering what the difference was between them.
Okay, so yes, in the amendment, we did change the wording from sexual education instruction to sexual health. We also made some minor word changes and removed the penalties for that was my criminal justice hat, removing the penalties for any, deviating from the standards. And this does still allow for local control. So basically it's just some word changes. And all of this it seems wordy, but it's a lot of definitions, actually.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Tanner. We are now going to, due to the time availability, we're going to go down to what we normally do. We take 2 minutes per person in their presentations following the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Linda Tanner, representative for Sunapee Springfield, Sullivan District 5. I have a Bachelor of Science in Health Education, and I taught sex education for probably 30 out of my 35 years. It was a 2-week section that occurred in our health education grade 9. And when it was started and throughout, we had parents come in and discuss what was going on in the sex education part of the health education and offer suggestions and whatever the comments they wanted to make. Because before, for a number of years, parents weren't really allowed to exempt their kids from sex education. Now, today, if a parent, first of all, the information that is provided is given out 14 days before the health education class reviews that. And then parents are allowed to actually withdraw from that section of the course and provide their own information so that some information is getting to the student. So if somebody objects to this, they have every opportunity to withdraw from it. If it's not part of their value system, they can withdraw from this part of the course. So first of all, I want to point out that this bill is unnecessary because of those guidelines. Secondly, I'm getting nervous because I just can't deal with teachers' indoctrination. Teachers don't indoctrinate. Okay, they offer skills, they offer learning, they offer content area. My job, teachers' jobs, are not to browbeat kids to a certain system. So it's also a dangerous bill because if kids don't get accurate sex education, if they don't learn things from people like school nurses, people who have a degree in health education, they are learning from their peers. They are learning from those pornographic magazines they can get either at the store or online. They are learning from adults who want to do different things to them that may not be appropriate and may be very dangerous. So it's dangerous not to have sex education. And as our previous speaker said,
Representative, can you please wrap it up? You've gone by your 2 minutes.
that the majority of parents and students, the Youth Advisory Committee actually 2 years ago had a panel discussion on why we weren't doing more sex education, want sex education, want the diversity in school, want social emotional learning. And I've passed out a sheet that tells you what I think should happen and what does happen in schools, and also a little note at the top that people are passing through puberty earlier and earlier. Now it's 8 to 13 for girls, and a girl ovulates
Thank you.
before
We've got
puberty.
that sheet in front of
Okay?
us, so we're going to have to
So it's dangerous.
call quits here.
Okay, gee.
Are there any questions of Representative Tanner? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You had indicated in your testimony that parents are involved in the program, and in fact, they can exempt their child if they want to. How many parents in your 30 years of history of teaching this course have exempted their child from being involved in this program?
Probably less than 10.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You indicated that indoctrination doesn't happen in schools. It's not something teachers are doing as it relates to this bill. But the simple definition of indoctrinate is simply to instruct in a body of doctrine or principles. Is that not what we're discussing here? Isn't everything to do with how sexual education is taught and what it is a matter of doctrine and principles?
This whole push about indoctrination is, and I wish I could use the term, but it is totally misinformed and misdirected. You can take any definition you want, but teachers are, our whole profession is set up to not allow students, or not to inform students as to what our religion is, what our political ideology is, what our values are as far as sex education is concerned. That's not the job. The job is to inform kids, to give them the skills, to give them critical thinking so that, and decision-making skills so that they can make their own decisions. This happens to be one of the areas that's very important that parents are involved in. And that I know the previous speaker said that, you know, in one class they heard, you know, it's like Las Vegas, whatever is said in this class only stays in this class. That doesn't pertain to the education that's happening in that class. That pertains to the questions other students ask. So that a student doesn't go home and say, you know, Representative Myler asked a question about blah, blah, blah. But in my class, and I think I would say that 90% of the people that teach it have different parts in the class where you're supposed to go home and talk to your parents. It's so that the parents get to give their read on the situation and the values they want to instill.
Further questions, Representative Petinel?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I believe I heard you say that students need to have sex education, and I'm confused because I don't think this bill is saying that students shouldn't have it. It's just giving an alternative to what you're suggesting the students need. Is
Okay.
that
Well,
correct?
let me point out to you, particularly on page 3, okay? Sections 6, 7, 8, and 9. Tie the hand of a person who's trying to teach sexual education in a trained professional way, information and skill building activities, evidence formed, inclusive LGBTQ plus youth, trauma informed, and adapted to the needs of the community. Totally binds the hands of a teacher that's trying to effectively teach sex education.
Representative Cascadden, did you have your hand up?
I did. Just doing a little bit of research, it appears that across the country, there are 4 states that have the best curriculum for sex education right now. New Hampshire is one of those 4. But also, I want to know if, I know the curriculum does not require consent. I knew that the curriculum did not require including instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity. But is the curriculum being used still the health curriculum that was developed and is listed on the Department of Ed? Is that still going on in schools? Is that what they're using?
So the fact about across the state of New Hampshire, unless it's drastically changed, was that health education, although it was required by the standards,
It is.
was often taught by the physical education coach or, you know, to take the girls one day and the boys the other day and give them the film and a little talk and answer some questions, right? And even when the legislative youth group did a panel and did some investigation in what sex education was being taught across the state of New Hampshire, it was still just really a hodgepodge. I think the schools that adopt set curriculum like that often are schools that have people who aren't professional in that particular subject, and so they try to do it that way with set
Further
curriculum.
questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Petinel.
Thank you. Representative Tanner, can you explain to me what the specific purpose of sex is?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm an expert in that, but definitely sex has to do with reproduction, and sex has to also do with pleasure. And I don't know where to go from there. That's kind of a stumper
Thank you
question.
very much. Yes, cautiously. Go ahead. Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Representative Seidel. The card says 15 minutes, but we're down to the 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. part of the reason, a big part of the reason for this bill, when I was campaigning, with most people that I spoke to, I would say about 80% of the people that I spoke to door to door, I asked them, what was your biggest issue? And about 80% of the time, it was schools. School safety. We had recently had in the news a shooting that had happened. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Representative Seidel, Sheila Seidel from Hillsborough 29, and co-sponsor to the bill. The biggest concern was the schools as far as safety, as well as what children are being taught, that they're not learning, their proficiency is way down, and what they're also being taught that parents do not want to discuss, they want to have for themselves, and that would having to do with sexual education. This bill in no way is to deny that there are trans youth, that there are LGBTQ youth. It is to put this back in the hands of the parents. The children need to have biology, physiology explained to them, and how that all comes to play. They don't need their sexual lifestyles told to them, given all the different options that are out there for sexual lifestyles. There's 107 of gender identities. There's 8 different sexual orientations. That in itself takes 4 years of gender studies in college to get an adult student to understand what the complexities are of this topic. And we're putting it in the minds of young children that don't have the mental capacity. If it takes 4 years for an adult student to understand it, how are we going to have a child that is way younger than that understand it? They're not mentally ready for that. The other side of it is we have 67 to 95%, depending on the study you look at, 67 to 95% of these students that are hearing this information, by the time they're 18, they have accepted their birth gender. They're no longer confused because they are now getting to the maturity where they're getting more comfortable with who they are. So that is, it really is, it's been brought forward by the parents that I've spoken to, by the grandparents I've spoken to, and the teachers that I've spoken to that are trying to figure out where they walk on this very narrow path that's been created.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the representative? Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on, I think it's both in the original bill and the amendment. Roman 6 talks about what shall not be included in instruction or provision of materials, which includes gender expression, orientation, and lifestyles, as you mentioned. Mm-hmm. But also included is in Roman 9 the anti-discrimination statutes, which prevent discrimination on any one of those topics. Can you tell me how that 6 and 9 apply to each other?
Well, in 6, it's telling us what we can or cannot expose the children to. Discrimination means not singling out one, and that's the opposite of inclusivity. We're to teach them in a more broad subject, not isolating into one particular area, and certainly not exposing them to materials that they're mentally not capable of processing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I guess I ask, why wouldn't you just repeal 186:11A? It'll be one less thing for the schools to have. Why would you why wouldn't you repeal instead of submitting a bill?
Thank you for your question. I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Section 8 says human sexual education will be taught by a registered nurse, and no human sexual education instructor teacher shall do it. There are many schools that don't have a nurse at all in New Hampshire, and they're pretty busy. So if a school doesn't have a nurse and they don't have time to do it, this doesn't happen, correct?
No, we can, the way it's written, yes, I see what you're saying.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite David Trumbull.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is David Trumbull from the town of Ware. I'm opposed to this bill. First of all, comprehensive sex education does more than prevent teen pregnancies. It also reduces dating violence and it reduces children's sex abuse by teaching children at an early stage about not being touched inappropriately. Studies show, 30-year study, that comprehensive sex ed reduces child sex abuse and it reduces dating violence. That's from the American Academy of Pediatrics and also the Journal of Adolescent Health. Another problem with this bill is that it basically writes LGBTQ issues out of sex education. They're not included in the areas that are mandated to be instructed, and they are specifically included in the areas that are precluded from being instructed. Having a program that teaches about LGBTQ issues leads to a safe and welcoming school, and it reduces bullying. That 3-decade study, actually was a review of 80 studies, showed that when you have a good LGBTQ courses as part of your comprehensive sex ed, you reduce bullying and you increase awareness of discrimination and oppression. It also goes on to talk about how decreases in name calling and willingness to intervene when witnessing name calling by others, and an increase in a belief that children and people have the right to be who they are. And I'll submit written testimony so you can review that for yourself. But the point is basically that this sort of a bill would result in ignorance because children will not be getting taught at all about LGBTQ, and they need that. Sex education is effective when it's properly presented, and that should be an important part of what's done. The last objection to this bill is the section 7 that says it's reserved solely for that class. What happens in other classrooms, like for instance, when a teacher has LGBTQ books on their bookshelf? Must they now be removed? And if that teacher doesn't, would they lose their teaching license? This bill is so vague that I think it basically would intimidate teachers from even addressing the question, any kind of a teacher, whether it's an English teacher or a nurse or a phys ed teacher or a science teacher. With only 2 minutes, I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. If you have written testimony, we'd appreciate that being submitted to the clerk.
Yes, sir.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Could you tell me where in statute it says that LGBTQ issues are to be taught in sexual education?
Where in statute it's the bill or in current statute?
In current statute.
I'm not saying that it is mandated in current statute, but it's not prohibited in current statute. And I believe it is a part of what's called comprehensive sex education. The prime sponsor of the bill was speaking against that. And I was citing to you a study of comprehensive sex ed that says including LGBTQ issues reduces bullying and discrimination.
Could you provide us a copy of that study, possibly?
I have in the evidence testimony I'll give you, there's a direct link. It's
Okay, thank you.
It's called 3 Decades of Research, the Case for Comprehensive Sex Education. It's in the Journal of Adolescent Health, October of 2020.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for being here. Would you agree or would you comment on, this is actually a follow-up to Representative Cordelli's question to the previous speaker, Roman 6 and Roman 9. Isn't it a conflict to prohibit in Roman 6 any instruction or provision of materials regarding, I won't read the whole thing, but gender identity, gender expression, etc., and then to say, to quote RSA 354 in Roman 9, this act prohibits discrimination against age, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation. If you ignore gender identity, aren't you discriminating against it?
I would agree with thank you, Representative Damon. I would agree with your interpretation. I think the authors of this are trying to say in section 6, we're writing LGBTQ out. There will be no discussion of it in sex ed or anywhere else in the school. They don't exist from an educational standpoint. But we're not going to allow anybody to say anything directly that would discriminate against somebody. So we're going to write you out of existence. But if somebody says something against you, then you would be up against a discrimination law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You testified that in this bill, the LGBTQ issues are written out of the sexuality education, which is currently a part of comprehensive sexuality education. So in current, and when I was there, sexuality education consisted of learning about things like penile vaginal intercourse, how it can result in a child, and how diseases can be transmitted in that way. Can you, with some degree of specificity, identify what LGBTQ issues are or should be taught in this class?
Thank you, Representative Belcher. So the study that I cited on comprehensive sex education said that it's generally agreed that sex education reduces sexually transmitted diseases and reduces teenage pregnancy. This study looked at what are the other things that can be included in comprehensive sex education, and are they beneficial? And they looked at it and said it reduces dating violence, it reduces child sex abuse, and it reduces bullying. So there are more things than just focusing on sexually transmitted diseases and teen pregnancy. Those are certainly core components, but the point is that comprehensive sex ed would go beyond that.
If I may just have a brief follow-up. Thank you for the information on the studies, but then none of that said exactly what is actually being taught under the LGBTQ rubric or what you would like to see taught.
There's a lot there, but I would say basically the concepts of acceptance of all people for who they are is one that I cited from this. I will submit my written testimony. I submitted about 7 or 8 quotes from the study, which goes into a little more detail. But the point I'm just trying to make is there's more to comprehensive sex ed than just sexually transmitted diseases and teen pregnancy. And a comprehensive approach would provide other benefits. If we agree that general sex ed is effective in reducing teen pregnancy, then we know that having an instructor talk to children is a good thing to happen. And all I'm saying is that there are other things beyond simply those 2 things that can also be beneficial from a public health standpoint.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Giles Bissonnette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Gilles Bissonnette, I'm the legal director at the ACLU of New Hampshire. We oppose this bill. I know I only have 2 minutes, so I'll try to keep it brief. I have not seen the amendment, by the way. I've only seen the original version. I just kind of one kind of opening headline is, to the extent that this bill is trying to kind of get at obscenity, which seems like might be one of the intentions, at least based on the definitions, though I didn't hear much of that during the sponsor's testimony. I just did want to flag for folks that we already have a harmful to minors statute. I know that's come up with respect to other bills, but I just wanted to amplify and uplift that here for the committee. Harmful to minor statutes applies to everyone, individuals, schools, et cetera. So I do think in many respects we already have protections in place with respect to things that are meet the standard for obscenity. And I also do want to flag that school districts, as required by a 2017 law, already have objectionable materials policies under RSA 186:11, Roman numeral 9-C, which require 14 days of notice for curriculum course material used for instruction of human sexuality or human sexual education. So we already have, through this 2017 law, basically an opt-out, right? When notice is provided to parents and they can opt out, when they're given notice within 14 days. So I just wanted to flag that, and maybe that addresses many of the concerns that have already been raised. I'm not sure, but I do think we already have that protection in place. Now, what this bill does is it goes a little bit further, right? And it's essentially an opt-in law under its provisions. But I just wanted to flag that we already have some existing laws on this. I just do want to highlight two provisions that I think are of particular concern to us. And there's one section of the bill that states that human sexual education shall be reserved solely for specific human sexual education classes. It shall not be taught or included in any way in any other academic subject, instruction, or curriculum. And I think I would just identify that that is on page 3, Roman numeral 7. And I think there's some concerns with that, right? Human sexual education is not really specifically defined, at least from what I can tell, in the bill. And so I think this could really implicate very broad things, right? Including the definition of self-respect, respect of all other peoples, which is one of the definitions or one of the criteria or components of sexual education in the bill. So I think this restriction is really impractical because material in non-sexual education classes often implicates, right, sexuality, right? You can think about like reading Romeo and Juliet, right? The content of that, of course,
You've gone by your
implicates.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that I just want to highlight that I think that is very impractical, right? Because there are other courses that obviously implicate sexuality, and I think this says that they can't do that, and I think that just doesn't make a lot of sense. The last thing I just do want to say, I know, and I'm sorry that I'm going over, is the targeting of LGBTQ folks here. I think is a real thing, and it is a concern that we have in Section 6. Of the bill. And really, I think it stigmatizes the community. Of course, one cannot engage in sexual education instruction without discussions, I think, of sexual orientation, sexual preferences. These things, of course, are going to come up in conversation. So excluding them, I think, is both impractical and really doesn't meet the needs of many of those students. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony, and I want to thank the committee's time. And for those reasons, we
Thank you for
oppose
coming
this
today.
legislation.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify one piece because you said that there is already protections in our schools for children from being shown obscene materials in law. But are you aware that that law in New Hampshire specifically exempts all schools from it being enforced?
I'm not aware of that being the case. Now, I think what you might be referring to is not the harmful to minors statute I referenced, but the criminal obscenity statute. Is that what you're referring to, Representative?
That's correct, yes.
So it is true that exempts schools. It exempts K through 12 private schools as well, right? But I don't think that exemption exists under the harmful to minors statute, which is why that is the statute I referenced and not the criminal obscenity statute. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And Amy Manzelli?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. My name is Amy Manzelli. I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and my husband as citizens of New Hampshire and residents of Pembroke. We are opposed to HB 185 as amended. I have not read the amendment, but I've heard an overview of its intention, and it does not fix the problems with this bill. I have some written testimony, but I'm going to skip over the personal story that I shared with you about our transgender daughter, Iris, who's 14 years old. I'm going to go right to a different part of what we want to share with you, which is how our personal story fits into the context of our shared American history. And I want to talk about 3 laws. In 1967, the United States Supreme Court ruled in Loving v. Virginia that marriage is one of the basic civil rights. Under our Constitution, the freedom to marry a person of another race resides with the individual, and the state cannot infringe on that right. And in that case, Mildred and Richard, people of different races, were able to stay married, and that was not a crime. In 1971, the United States Supreme Court ruled in Reed v. Reed that to give a mandatory preference mandated solely on the basis of sex is to make the very kind of arbitrary legislative choice our Constitution forbids. So Sally Reed was able to serve as the executrix of her son's estate. And in 2015, the United States Supreme Court ruled in Obergefell v. Hodges that a person can marry another person of whatever gender they want. The court said Changed understandings are characteristic of a nation where new dimensions of freedom become apparent to new generations. Just like our daughter Iris, none of the plaintiffs in these cases were dangerous. None of them deserved to be written out of the story. Indeed, what they wanted was only to live their lives with the freedoms Americans enjoy under our nation's great laws. In the United States,
2 minutes.
thank you, I'm wrapping up. In the United States Supreme Court found the laws that prevented them from doing so were on the wrong side of American history. If passed, this law would also be on the wrong side of our American history. It wrongfully targets the LGBTQ plus minority for no reason other than citizens in the LGBTQ plus community. They might be different from some prior understandings. Passing laws like this would be an unfounded seizure of civil rights that our proud American history should protect for all Americans equally. Please, ITL 1185 as amended.
Are there any?
Thank you.
The committee. Yes, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned marriage quite a bit, but I'm not sure where marriage is mentioned in this bill. And I believe your child transitioned at a very young age. And so my real question is, how early do you think sex education should start in schools?
In public schools, it should start in preschool.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I'd like to invite Anne Marie Banfield.
In the interest of time, I'm going to make this very quick, and I'm just going to skip questions. I hope you don't mind, but I know that we're now over. First of all, Anne Marie Banfield, I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire, focused on education. I see this bill as a transparency bill. I think that that's always important. I'll give you an example. In 6th grade, I got a call from a teacher and who was teaching my daughter in 6th grade and said they're going to be covering reproduction in 6th grade. And to look at the science book that she was using, I went to it and it was basic biology. Something like that is so important to parents. And of course, my daughter learned the biological information that was taught. But her reaching out to me, and this is what I think people need to understand, that enforces, that confirms, that affirms my daughter being in that school with that teacher. And I don't feel the need to pull her out. But when things are hidden, that's where it becomes a problem. Another parent, because I've been doing this so long, another parent called me years ago. This has been years ago. She went to a presentation that the school gave and everybody was there. This is what we're going over. And then her son came home, 5th grade, and burst into tears because he thought he would be wetting the bed. He thought that from the presentation, and this is what wasn't explained to the parent at the presentation, but he was going to start wetting the bed because of wet dreams. They didn't explain it. So he thought in 5th grade, and had he not come to his mother and told her, he would have had that information incorrect in his brain. So anytime we can be transparent, I think it's a plus. That's it. I'm not going to go any further. I think everything else has been said, so
Thank you very much. Jennifer Smith? Yes. She said she was not going to take questions.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. Thank you for taking testimony. I had signed in online opposed to this, and I kind of thought, I don't think I want to come. And I thought everybody else would say things perfectly well without me. But then I thought about it some more, and I thought, amending this bill into a study committee would be a perfect opportunity for people who have very different views to talk to each other in detail, which we can't do this morning, about why we believe what we believe. I think we all want to protect our kids, grandkids, and other people's kids and grandkids from unnecessary infections, unnecessary pregnancies that may be even intended or unintended, but a bad idea with poor understanding. And also, and I will say this, to protect our LGBTQ students, because there are differences in sexuality that need to be explored for them as well. And how do you do this? And I do believe abstinence belongs in the curriculum, absolutely, but also some modifications of that, because people are people, and sexuality is a very appealing thing starting very early in puberty. So I think, to try to go into questions of what's sexuality for, what specific things are important for queer kids to have in the curriculum doesn't make sense here today. To me, I'll try to answer a question if I get asked it. Oh, I forgot to say I'm a retired medical physician. I also have a public health degree. Infectious diseases, including all of the venereal diseases, are an area of great interest and always have been. We are currently in a problem with rising rates of syphilis that are very worrisome. And so, we need to think about, does this help? Does this hinder the overall situation, not just for your individual family or someone else's individual family who, it's been noted, can opt out, do their own sex education if they don't like this. But we need to think what makes sense for people in general in most of our schools, our public schools. And I would submit that that will not be something you can easily tease out today or in your consideration of this bill later. And maybe turning this into a study committee would be an opportunity for people to stop talking past each other and talk to each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Nancy Bitterman?
Good morning, Nancy Biederman. I'm here in support of 1185, House Bill 1185. I'm here because at this point, the trust between parents and schools has deteriorated. Parents are questioning their trust of what is being said in the classroom. They're questioning what is being taught, and they don't trust what teachers are saying and doing in the classroom. This bill puts up the guardrails. And yes, it does tie the teachers' hands, as they should be. There are rules and there's areas that teachers should not step over the line. And teachers are stepping over that line more and more every day. I was a teacher for 15 years, and I knew where the line was. There were topics that I did not discuss. The students may ask the question, and I would say, that's a mommy and daddy question. And then I would let the mom and dad know that your child had this question at school today. Just because the child asked the question does not mean the teacher needs to answer it. As far as repealing 186, 11A, I read this part of the RSA, and it directs the department to develop an academic standards to serve as a guide and reference in health, physiology, and hygiene as they relate to the effects of alcohol and other drugs and child abuse and human HIV and AIDS and sexually transmitted diseases or the humans on the human system, which are designed to help students lead longer and healthier lives. All this bill does, is put in some more guidelines as to topics that are not to be spoken and presented as truth, because they're not. And as far as the harmful to minors statute of RSA 571B-2, I've been trying to apply this in my school district, and so far it's not working. So yes, there are materials that the school district says, no, we can still keep. And it doesn't matter if I think they're harmful to minors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Donna Baker Hartwell?
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to share my testimony. I live in East Andover. I'm a native of New Hampshire and have children who have been in the public schools and grandchildren who are now in the public schools. I also have a trans son, an adult, and I have a 10-year-old grandchild who believes to be non-binary. I have read House Bill 1185 and studied it. Section 9 of the bill claims to be in accordance to the RSA 354, the anti-discrimination law, yet HB 1185 states in Section 6, which has already been mentioned, the topic of gender identity and gender expression, sexual orientation and identity, or any other lifestyle shall not be allowed in sex education curriculum. Section 6 proposes that any inclusion of sex education material other than what is considered predominant appeal for ordinary adults will be a violation and shall be considered an infraction and subject to disciplinary action. A proposal to make it unlawful to provide sex education about LGBTQ plus is in itself discriminatory and violates, in my opinion, RSA 354. Wherein no person shall be subjected to discrimination in public school because of their gender identity or sexual orientation. LGBTQ plus students, teachers, employees, and parents would be forced back into the closet, considered the unspeakable
Do you know how many are there?
in sex education curricula. I don't see any reason for this bill other than to further a cruel and unjust agenda against the LGBTQ people.
Your 2 minutes is up.
Lastly, if I could just finish up. Sexual orientation and gender identity are not chosen lifestyles, as is stated throughout this bill. We do not choose to be left-handed or right-handed. It's not a lifestyle. The continuation of this myth just goes to show how much education is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And we will close this hearing.
I have a copy of this if you'd like it.
Yeah.
We have an overflow room filled.
We're going to take a 5-minute break here for members on the committee. The whole committee. Okay, I'm going to go ahead with the next bill, which is on the docket for this morning. It's HB 1473, relative to social emotional learning in public schools. I'm going to advise everybody that we do have an overflow room on the other side of the hall filled with people who want to testify on this bill. We have over 40 cards, which we've received, so I am going to limit the time to 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, I'm going to turn your mic off. So, just be aware, 2 minutes is what we're allowing for people to speak on. Also, as done in other committees, if we hear the same duplication over and over and over, it's already been communicated. You can say, I echo those previous cards that spoke out and said this. You don't have to go in and repeat everything that's been previously said. So we're not trying to eliminate your, expressing your opinions, but if your opinion parallels something that's previously been said, please identify that and let us know that, so we can get everybody heard today. That's our primary goal right here on this committee. So with that, the way we work is that the prime sponsor is entitled to speak more, but I'm going to limit this to no more than 10 minutes. We've gone much further than that on some other bills where we're going to do the limiting right here. So welcome, Representative Sellers.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Ladd and Vice Chair Cordelli, and also the Education Committee. Thank you for taking your time to hear what I have to say. I'm Representative Sellers, Grafton County District 18. I represent the towns of Bristol, Alexandria, Bridgewater, Hebron, Groton, Dorchester, Orange, Grafton, Canaan, and Enfield. Even I have to think and remember these because these are the 10 southern towns of Grafton County, approximately 17,000 residents. And I'm actually bringing this bill not for myself, but as a resident or a voter, it is for myself, but many of my constituents have actually said, please do something with this. All right, and you're gonna hear a lot of testimony and a lot of hot testimony where SEL is actually very helpful and useful in the schools, and I'm not doubting it isn't. But what I am gonna be showing and bringing forward is some information that's saying, I'm not sure a lot of the folks in any of the districts of our schools understand and know what SEL is. And so therefore, and again, SEL stands for social emotional learning. All right. Now you just start with that alone and say, well, what is that? You know what? I don't even think the school districts can define it because I'm not sure they know how to opt in or opt out of it. And just to state that alone, and before I go any further, I did offer an amendment, which you all have, which is 2024-0473H. And the amendment is an opt-out situation instead of the actual bill, which is to cease use and not provide any funds for SEL at all. So technically, the Education Committee can actually have a choice and which they would like to choose. Either allow the parents to opt out, okay, or they could just cease using SEL in our state altogether. Now, instead of me just trying to say everything duplicate that's been said probably for years at this point, I just want to say, as I started diving into this probably a little over 6 months ago, and shame on me for not knowing it before then, but I just didn't. In that time, one, I got a list of acronyms. I'm telling you, I think the districts actually have more acronyms than the U.S. military. So, and I had to make a list because I was getting so confused of how many acronyms there are out there. All right. And the other thing I want to bring up real quick is this is the test scores for Newfound for 2023, which is last year's. Okay. And everybody thinks that they're doing great, and this is just one district, okay? And we're just slightly above the state average. And when you really get down to it, they're only at 65%, depending on which one you're looking at. EAA, 65%, math, it's 51%, and science, there again, it's at 40%. And I'm going back there because that means the other half of what's failing. So these are our academics. And they're thinking we're doing wonderful in academics. We're not. We're not doing wonderful. And we're just slightly above the state average. So I just wanted to point that out. So in front of you, I actually gave a handout here. It says the unexplained rise of therapeutic education how social emotional learning extends K through 12 education reach into students' lives and expands teachers' roles. All right, I handed that to you just on the front page because one, it has 4 key points, and I'm not going to read them because, again, I'm trying to save some time. My God, this thing would take hours to try to talk to and figure out. It's irritating to me that, how much time in trying to figure this out. But it does have tentacles into everything. It does touch everything. SEL touches our lives every single day. So when they say at the school, it's in everything. You know what? Yeah, it is in everything. But we need to define it. We need to figure this out because it's not right for our kids. So I passed this out to you so you can see those 4 points. But here, I want to read a couple of things here off to you, which is, again, I'm not going to recreate the wheel all over again. I'm just going to read some. This person puts it just right. The bland pseudoscience and somewhat inscrutable term, social and emotional learning, grafted onto the academic effort of schooling, mask its nature. All right, think about that for a minute. They're saying it's all about academics, but it's all about social emotional learning. And now I'm going to put the key on social emotional learning is mental health. And that's what they're trying to do now with the schools is provide mental health, not for the 16% that need it, but for the 100% of the kids in our schools. And the 16% I'm citing is from NAMI, N-A-M-I, National Alliance for Mental Illness. They stated 16% actually have mental illnesses each year or a year for the kids. So this is coming from them. All right. And I'm not trying to come across as compassionate. I'm very compassionate. I'm very concerned about these kids and their education. All right. And so therefore, I may sound like I'm heartless, but I'm not. I'm very, very, very concerned. And that's why I'm bringing this up. Another quote here from this article, and that's why I gave you the top sheet of that. You can easily just type that part of that, the title, into the web, and you can easily get the article yourself. It's about 12 pages, and there's many more articles you can find. But here's another one. He says, he says, there is an obvious risk of viewing entire classrooms as stocked with children traumatized by definition. All right, stocked with children traumatized by definition. All right, because we just went through COVID. So, when you have 100% technically going and having mental illnesses, I mean, now they got to try to weed this out. All right, and to try to weed that out, they actually use another framework which they call MTSS-B. All right, which is multi-tier system of support behavioral. All right. This is all in the state, part of the DOE. You can get it there as far as total information. But what that does is provide a framework, again, with 3 levels or 3 tiers of mental health. So they're trying to group the kids into 3 levels. You're okay. Yeah, you might need some help. You definitely need some help. Okay? Now they're getting there because they're collecting data on the kids. All right, you can't figure this out unless you collect data. And how you collect data is you do surveys and assessments. All right, and now on those surveys and assessments are some very private information that goes back into the family, goes right back into your household. All right, so those things, even though they are getting consent, they are now collecting the data. It's in the data system of the school, all right, at that point. But they're also using Keene State. They're passing some of that, if not all of that data to Keene State because Keene State is looking at the data as a whole and trying to say, hey, this district needs this one has that, and so on. They might not be given the actual child's name, but they're still passing the data, all right, at that point. So the data is a big thing. You know how you heard cash is king? Data is king, all right? Data is king this day and age. So here's one part I'm going to read, and then I'm going to wrap it up, all right? And these are questions. These are the questions the gentleman asked. It says, by what right does the government establish I'm gonna need to get my glasses on this. Sorry about that. Thought I could read it without the glasses, but again. Okay. Says, but what right does the government establish approved mindsets to be inculcated in children? Next question. By what right does it deputize minimally trained personnel? And I mean it, minimally trained personnel. They're not psychologists, they're minimally trained personnel. They are not psychologists. To measure children's adoption to these mindsets and memorialize their progress in the internally loosely data system. But what right does it employ such amateur mental assessments to set children on the road to overdiagnose, think about that. This could actually lead to medicines as well. Overdiagnose and perhaps overmedication with potentially harmful psychotropic drugs. But what right does the government wield these techniques not to generally educate children to fulfill their dreams, but to mold them? It's the child's psyche. They're changing the mind. We just heard some of the indoctrination. A teacher teaches. It's a teaching. It's a tool. It's indoctrination, all right? So these are techniques to generally educate children to fulfill their dreams, but to mold them into the kind of human beings it deems more useful for the
Representative Sellers,
workforce.
you are done your time.
All right, on the last question. All right, and useful workforce and service to the state. And but what right does it have any of these without notifying or potentially notifying or obtaining consent and so on? So anyway, I'll leave it there. Like I said, this could go on for hours, and I apologize for even run over in 10 minutes. Boy, 10 minutes goes fast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So this whole issue of social emotional learning is kind of hard, I think, for a lot of people to wrap their heads around, because it's a methodology that seems to infiltrate a lot of different things. Can you give one clear example of how a teacher, just from your experience, what you've heard, an example of how a teacher in a classroom would implement social emotional learning and how that would reflect what you consider wrong with it?
Okay, so let's take for an example a math question. All right, here's the question. Johnny's mom and dad are bringing Johnny to a fair, which is 50 miles away. They have traveled 20 miles. How many miles left? All right, simple. It's a math question for I don't know, second, third grade, whatever it would be, right? What they do is the teacher, not in all cases, but in some, and it depends on the teacher, all right? Instead of getting into the math question, they'll get into the, well, Johnny has a mom and dad. How do you all feel about that? Do you all have mom and dads? They're asking the kids questions. They're getting the kids involved this way, all right? And then they say, do you think it's right to have two moms or two dads or, mom and dad or whatever, right? So they're talking about that. And then the next thing they're talking about is saying, well, how many of you went to the fair, And then the next thing they go is, well, why didn't you go? And some say, well, I couldn't afford it. And they said, well, you think that's right? So they're getting into all that psyche stuff and getting the kids, technically, I'd say, worked up. Because you could say now, well, I'm sorry you couldn't afford it, so now they're getting into equality. Saying, well, you should have been able to go, so everybody should be able to go. So that's one example, and that's probably a decent one I can say.
Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Sellers, for being here. I'm confused. Your comments were basically focused on your original bill. I'd like to have you focus on your replacement bill. And if I read your replacement bill, your amendment is primarily focused on gathering of data, not on the teaching of SEL. Is that correct?
So the commissioner thought, when I was speaking with the commissioner, thought that this would be the best place to put that in. And so it would be for the opt-out part. But also at the very bottom of the bill, he also suggested this is the identification or definition of it, which is the definition that's used in CASEL, C-A-S-E-L, which is almost a mantra that every school district's using. And by the way, we're only 37 school districts in our state is using this right now. only 37 out of, I think, what, 182.
Yeah, but if to clarify, the amendment deals with the gathering of information, not the teaching of SEL, correct? That's your intent.
That is where it is in here, you're right, and what they're doing in the teaching, because every teacher is, and I said, let's put it back, every staff member, or staff members eventually, if they're not doing it yet, they're going to be, is providing input to the, call it the scoring system, which will actually create a level 1, 2, or 3 tier. So it is data at that point. It all comes back to data.
Further questions?
I'm sorry, it is a lot there, and I'm not trying to confuse you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Representative Sellers. In your introduction, you said that SEL touches everything, and you brought up even a math example. But in the amendment, you're talking about the provision of social emotional learning, and that no student should be required to take a survey or questionnaire, or the provision of social emotional learning. So are you talking about saying that social emotional learning cannot be taught as in your original bill? Isn't that what you're indicating in the amendment as well? And if you are saying that it touches everything, and that there has to be notice in advance to the parent when it's going to be provided, I don't see how do you provide notice of someone introducing something that you define as social emotional learning in a math class. I'm not sure how that all works.
Okay, so first of all, yes, words absolutely matter. Provision I'd need to go back and look up the word and the definition of it, because that's what I like to do with these. That's what I've learned as being a legislator. Look up every word and what it means. But at this point here, it's simple enough. Ask the school what it means. You know, why can't the school identify this? I mean, I'm saying it's in everything. They should be able to identify it.
Further questions? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if SEL is in everything, as you have stated a number of times, I guess I need some clarity on how our wonderful trained professional educators would remove it from everything and still teach children.
So the example I gave you on the math prompt, they don't have to do that. They can just teach the math, go back to the academics itself, and spend more time in the academic part of it instead of actually the story part of it. And that's one part they can absolutely remove. All right.
Very quickly, please.
So in the original bill, your definition of social emotional learning, lines 5 through 12, I just want to hear confirmation that I'm understanding this correctly. You would oppose a staff person in a school providing encouragement, motivation, suggesting to a student that they have enough grit to persevere with something that's hard for them to do.
So again, I'm not looking for the common sense to be ripped out. I mean, that truly is common sense at that point. But the lines 5 through 12, like you're saying, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making, that comes from the CASEL website. All right, this is their mantra that they're following, and this is part of the stuff that we're saying does not need to be taught.
Are there further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think a lot of people were surprised when you mentioned this idea that a teacher might go kind of off topic in a math equation to talk about other things, social things. And my question for you is, are you aware that the official name for that such a thing is called generative themes, that is part of Freirian pedagogy that is taught at most universities and colleges of education in this country?
Well, no, I'm not aware of that. I can't say I am. And I'll have to admit, I'm just Joe the plumber. I'm not the PhD doctorate in education, so.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative Summers. I'm looking specifically at the amendment on line 23, where social emotional learning includes self-awareness, self-management, and I understand you said you got that definition from somewhere else, but I'm thinking of the word social and kind of a student interacting with other students. So these self-reflective concepts, does that include things such as time management, such as you have a homework assignment due, let's try to figure out how to time manage and get this homework assignment done? Is that included in social emotional learning?
Are you saying time management? You're saying
Yes.
like that? Again, that would be just common sense.
Okay.
Why are we throwing common sense out the window? That's not necessary.
Representative
Thank you.
Carnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I believe in your testimony, you said that social emotional learning has tentacles everywhere. And I'm curious how a parent would possibly be able to opt out if it's everywhere.
That's where the school district or the Department of Education, someone needs to identify this. We're trying to identify it in the original bill, lines 5 through 12 at that point. But, you know, the general definition of the definition is the self-awareness, self-management, social wellness. And again, you have to go back to the CASEL website, which actually says this is what each one means. So I guess if you could say, okay, if we can box that in, then you can have an opt-out situation at that point. All right. I can only tell you, I was at my delivered a session this last Saturday, and we were talking about SEL because it was part of the budget and everything else at this point. And many people didn't even know what SEL was or the acronym at all, and so on. So I mean, this is like hardly anybody knows about this, and it digs deep, and it's going into the psyche of the child, and it is teaching the child certain aspects beyond what the family should be teaching the child, and I think it's usurping the family. But hopefully, I answered that. As far as definition, it really comes up to maybe someone coming out and forcing this definition.
Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your presentation. My question is, the story that you relate or the example you relate, did you yourself observe that in a classroom, or did you use that story to explain your point?
No, I try to observe anything in a classroom this day. You can't get in the door. Even though it's public, we call it a public school, you can't get in there. This came from a video I actually watched as an example of how they're using it. Someone must have at one time have seen this. And some of the stuff I related to and talked about is from a video here, a video there, and even going back and just going on one other thing is even the New Hampshire Department of Education had a video on consent. They were talking about to counselors and in Keene State, and even they couldn't figure out should we call the parents or should we text the parents or email the parents a consent form in this case, in that case. They're confused. They don't even know when to do it. And these are counselors from different school districts, and the New Hampshire DOE putting on the hearing. It's out there for people to see.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and I do really appreciate your time. I know how busy you
One more
are.
question.
Question.
Go ahead. Representative Sellers, you're done.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. I need a clarification from the chair. We have two issues before us. We have the original 1473 as introduced. Now we have before the committee the amendment, which is different than the original. And the question to you, Mr. Chair, is our focus as a committee on the amendment or the original bill?
The amendment can't be taken up by the committee until a member on the committee in an executive session puts that amendment forward. So we're basically still on the bill as it was introduced, although you bring up a good point that I'm going to have copies of this amendment made if Jennifer Forrest is listening to me somewhere. I don't see her in the back of the room.
She's in a different room.
She's in the other room. If she could come and we'll give this amendment to her. In testimony, Representative Sellers uses 7473. It's 7437. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll get copies of this amendment made and put forward on the table, or they're placed on the table, so folks that are looking to get it, or we'll put it in the other room as well. 0437H. Of course, it starts out with 2024.
Do you have a clean copy? I'll go give it to Jennifer.
Yeah, give that to Jennifer. So with that, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to call two names in case that one of these people may be in the other room. So it's just like baseball. Who's up and who's on deck, who's in the hole. So Mary Steady, you're up, and Lenny O'Keefe is on deck. And we have absolutely 2 minutes for cutting off in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Honorable members of the House Education Committee, thank you for listening to me today. My name is Dr. Mary Steady, and I've spent 30 years supporting students from vulnerable backgrounds and their families. After the heartbreaking Sandy Hook event, I worked tirelessly in New Hampshire to set up ways to keep our students and their families safe from such tragedies by the development and the creation of the Bureau of Student Wellness and Nutrition within the Department of Education. This bill, I'm afraid, is a big step back from all the work, as it fundamentally undermines the substantial progress we have made in fostering student wellness and creating nurturing educational environments. Today, I am before you to share my strong opposition of proposed House Bill 1473, which seeks to prohibit us from teaching our kids how to be strong and good people, ready to do great things for our community. In trying to understand the underlying message of this bill, it became increasingly clear to me that this legislation in question is not just impractical, illogical, but indeed borders on the ludicrous. This brings me to the real elephant in the room. This bill seems less about supporting and nurturing our children and more about the profound and troubling trend, the active dismantling of public education system. We need to ask our legislators, is this bill really just another attempt to gut part of the educational system so it'll cease to exist? Getting rid of SEL doesn't just tweak a few things, it actively interferes with RSA 193J, suicide prevention, and RSA 193F, pupil safety. These laws make sure our schools are places where kids can feel safe and don't have to worry about getting hurt or bullied. SEL teaches kids how to handle their feelings, sort out problems, be kind, and welcoming to everyone. Moreover, this bill proposes a direct challenge to the objectives in RSA 135(9) System of Care Law, which prioritizes early identification and intervention in addressing student mental health issues, a vital collaborative effort between the New Hampshire Department of Education and the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. I urge the committee to reflect on the significant ramifications of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Lenny O'Keefe and Garrett LaValle. It's on deck.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Lenny O'Keefe, and I work for the Concord Police Department in a civilian role. I work in the community service unit. This is a comfort dog, Liberty. This Liberty was the first comfort dog in the state of New Hampshire. And part of what we do is we visit kids in school and take help with activities in school and so on. So about 3 years ago, I was in school and a principal was explaining Choose Love. And that's the only SEL program that I know about is the Choose Love movement to his parents of what Choose Love was. And after listening to him for about 10 minutes, I called the Choose Love number and hooked up with Choose Love. And I was able to, the next day, meet with Scarlett Lewis, who is the mother from Sandy Hook, who created the Choose Love movement. After that, I got to tour the state of New Hampshire for a whole year with Scarlett, Liberty, myself, with Scarlett, and we did Choose Love activities at these schools. Just wanted to tell you one quick story about one of the schools we visited. So in Charlotte's program, she talks about forgiveness, and children learn about forgiveness. And this is coming from a mother who lost her son in a school shooting. And she talks about how forgiveness has helped her because she was able to cut the cord from herself to the school shooter, and it eased her anxiety. It freed her from the school shooter. So we're talking about forgiveness at a school in southern New Hampshire, and a third grader had written down what we called was forgiveness basketball. They write down something they want to forgive, and they throw it in a garbage can. So they're cutting the cord. They're forgiving. It's no longer on their mind. They're able to move on. So one of the teachers picked the piece of paper up because the little boy was really, you could tell the little boy was excited and he was relieved. So after the little boy walked away, we read the paper. The paper said, "I forgive my dad for being mad at me last night because I didn't play well in the hockey game." So if you want to talk about academics that day, if that little boy didn't forgive his dad, that little boy is not learning anything that day. You know, he was able to take that forgiveness and throw it away, and then he went on with his day. But before that, that's what was on his mind, was that he didn't play well in a hockey game last night. So I have never heard that question asked. I visited 100 schools probably in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay.
And your dog does behave well.
Yeah, she is good.
Not like the puppy that we have that's 10 weeks old, and I'll trade you.
Yeah.
Any questions, Representative Damon?
I would like you to invite you to bring your dog here for House Education Committee every day.
It's funny, we have testified here several times, but it's never been the education part, so.
Representative Belcher, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You mentioned this activity of undertaking forgiveness and throwing the ball and doing that. Can you cite for me any evidence or anything else based in, actual tested methodology that concludes that that's effective and going to work and there's no side effects or any other problems with getting into that sort of thing in school?
I can't. I can only tell you what I witnessed that day. And like I said, not just that day. We went from Berlin, we've been all the way to Salem, to Nashville. I can't even count the number of schools that me and Liberty have been in with Scarlett, so.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Garrett LaValle and Tori Benjamin is on deck.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. I want to take a minute and just say thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak here today. I'm the principal and special education director at Spalding Academy and Family Services, and I've worked there for the last 24 years. And we serve the most difficult children in the state, the children that can't have their needs met in a public school setting. These are the kids that cost districts $100,000 a year to educate. They send them to us because they're simply not successful and they're not safe in a public school setting. These are the kids that come to school and they cry in the counselor's offices. They don't feel safe. They're bullied. It's our job to meet their emotional needs. They don't all have parents at home that are positive male or role models to help them process the complexity of the feelings that they have right now. We introduced social emotional learning in 2022. And since we did that, all of our students are tier 3 students when you refer to MTSS. We've had students that have decreased their behavioral referrals from 18 a month to 1, from 13 a month to 1. We've had children that refused to go to school, who attended school 56% of the time, 47% of the time, 0%, and 0% of the time prior to their placement. These same children now come to school 90%, 100%, 99%, and 100% of the time. It's because we make a cognizant effort to address their social and emotional needs. We make them feel safe. Because they're attending school and their behavioral referrals are down, their academics are going through the roof. Prior to social emotional learning, in a district-wide assessment of NEOA, 46% of them met projected growth. After a year, that was up to 62%, And our brilliant and resilient children jumped that to 72% this winter. So that's a 26% increase. By taking away some academic time in the morning and meeting their needs socially and emotionally when they walk through their front door. This was important enough that Governor Sununu established a position, and Shannon's run that for the last couple of years, meeting the diverse needs of our children, our adults throughout the state. I think we're doing a great dishonor by even discussing this. It feels negligent to even have the words come out of my mouth that we're going to take SEL away. Our kids that can't read, we wouldn't.
Thank you very much.
You're
Your
welcome.
time is up.
That's quick.
It does go by, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There is a question for you, though.
Sure.
I got one for you, too. You're Garrett, right?
Yes, sir.
We have another card, Tori Benjamin, also from Spalding. Paul?
Tom.
Oh, that's Tom. Oh. Yeah.
He's not a student. We haven't taught him handwriting yet.
Okay, go ahead with the question, Representative Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the work you do with your children that you work
You're
with.
welcome. It's an honor.
I have two questions.
Sure.
The number of students that you're working with on a daily basis, and could you explain a little bit about what the SEL program has, what are the components of it that has provided such positive results for the students that you work with? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have 76 children in our school right now, and SEL is a focus on self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, social awareness, and responsible decisions. The curriculum that we're using is the Choose Love curriculum, which Scarlett Lewis started after the Sandy Hook massacre. And so that focuses on teaching our children to have courage, to show gratitude, to show forgiveness, and to show compassion in action. And we spend about 45 minutes to an hour every morning before the kids start their academic day explicitly teaching these skills, just like we would teach children how to read.
What grade level are you dealing with?
We serve children from 5 to 22 years of age, really across the spectrum of learning disabilities. You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you for being here for everything. My question is, you're the second speaker to have mentioned the Choose Love program. Are you aware of any other programs that are included under SEL?
I'm not aware of any other curriculum. Castle also has curriculum materials. We've really partnered with Shannon from the state of New Hampshire and Scarlett to bring Choose Love to our school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Tom Benjamin. And Anne Marie Banfield is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Tom Benjamin, and I work with Garrett over at Spalding. And in my 2 minutes, I guess I just want to share, going back to the original bill, why SEL is so important, in my opinion, is that bill even exists. And what I've learned throughout the years, we're going to educate the kids. We either do it directly or they're going to get their own education. So what we're trying to do and what the research has said is that without explicit instruction, means direct instruction, just like math, they're not going to get the social emotional skills that we want them to have. This is a-religious, apolitical. The example that was given this morning, yeah, maybe that was absurd, but that's not something we would do at our school. Saying, oh, that's too bad. In the middle of your friends, you don't have a family. That, that just absolutely would never occur. Now, my big thing, I don't know this except for speculation, we have some of the toughest kids in the state. All right. We work with the toughest kids in the state. And I have a strong belief we can reset their trajectory so one of my loved ones doesn't get hurt by them, and or we can keep them out of prison at $56,000 a year in the state of New Hampshire. I mean, you're going to be paying for it one way or another. And then what's my little... And then I guess the last thing, which kind of goes along with this, Harvard has been doing a study that lasts approximately 75 years. It's the longest longitudinal study in the country, and it's on happiness. And the number one thing that they discovered and have repeatedly discovered with happiness is relationships. Those people who have evaluated themselves to say, I have a strong relationship, so the same people who record themselves as having the highest degree of happiness. We work with kids from very, very, very difficult places who have been to hell and back, not through their own choice. And we let them know that they're loved every day. How can we not? I mean, You know, because they keep saying, oh, let's forgive my dad. Well, we've got kids who have said, because the dad, you know, beat me up last night. Those are the kids that we work with. I'm talking about a second grader.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, Mr. Benjamin? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. So I've heard today that this is incorporated kind of into everything in schools, and yet you have a specific time set aside to do it during the day. Is that where you teach a specific curriculum and then use it during the rest of the day?
Right, there are multiple curriculums. Somebody had asked, so there's like second step, skills streams, so there's different social, we use Choose Love. And so there are units. So yeah, we teach the units. So like today was on forgiveness. And then the kids, and I guess the other thing I just stressed, we have the staff practices too, because maybe some of our staff are coming from difficult places. So we're all in it together. And so there's a specific lesson that's done for the week, and then we carry it throughout the school day. Like I learned a lot about courage, you know, courage. It takes courage to forgive somebody. This is the lesson this morning. It takes courage to forgive somebody who hasn't said they're sorry.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you very much for doing what, are you Representative Lekes?
In Choose Love, do you have to take surveys of your kids, analyze your kids, collect data, that kind of stuff in that particular program?
Do you have to?
I mean, is that part of the program?
Yes. Well, we have to collect data because of the regulations that we have to operate under. So like Garrett was talking about, our incident reports are really behavioral referrals. So we use that as our benchmark. Are we headed in the right direction? If we're not, we change what we're doing.
But as far as the particular program, that's not part of the program that of
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think
Choose
they have
Love.
a formal data collection piece with the Choose Love program.
Okay, thank
At
you.
least not that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you very much, and thank you for what you do at Spalding. Several of us made a trip to Spalding, it must have been 8-9 years ago, as a committee, and appreciate what you all do over there. Like to have Anne Marie Banfield, followed by Nicholas Duffy, who is on deck from the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. Not you, Anne Marie.
Thank you for that clarification. Anne Marie Banfield, parental rights advocate in New Hampshire. I do support the amendment, not the original bill. I want to make that very clear. I think that the amendment is just directed at parental consent, which is something that every SEL person in this room and in our schools should be doing already by law, by federal law, that's required. Some of the problems that, and I'm going to turn written testimony. I hope that you'll go through it because I'm going to have to shorten it. Some of the problems is that it creates standards and attitudes and values and beliefs and dispositions. This is what the state would have to do. Teachers have always supported children social, emotionally, and I think that we're trying to look at what they've always done, and what SEL has done is it's standardized. It is now also a data collector. It assesses children. But in the past, teachers have always tried to do this in the classroom. It scores at child's attitudes, values, beliefs, and dispositions in a subjective way. That's why I received a call from a teacher in New Hampshire who is having to grade her students' attitudes and values. And the problem with that was that she had kids in the public school, and she was concerned about her kids' teachers also grading their values and attitudes. It appears to be that who receives the personal data once this information is collected. Just 1473 as amended would just affirm the ethical treatment of children when they are assessed or receiving mental health services. In ESSA, under, I think when you look at this, it gives you a link. In ESSA, it does require parental consent when servicing or assessing a student's mental health. So this is something that they should already be doing, but I can tell you that they're not, because I've done right to know requests looking for parental consent forms on some of these assessments, and they've provided no consent form, so obviously they're not doing that. And
We're at the end of the 2 minutes.
Okay, all right, I've got quite a bit more, but.
Are there questions for Anne Marie? If you have written testimony,
I do.
please submit that,
I do.
and will be put up as part of the record. Not seeing questions. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Nicholas Duffy and followed by Sarah Gould.
Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Nick Duffy. I am the Director of Rehabilitative Services for the New Hampshire Department of Correction. Part of my role is also overseeing the Corrections Special School District for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections, and that's how we're attached to this bill is with we're a school district. So social emotional learning is something that we also teach within our schools. We partnered with Shannon Scarlett and Choose Love to develop a program for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. However, this is also in our other programs. There's Thinking for a Change, there's More Recognition Therapy, and others that we also do that teaches social emotional learning skills. And so an example of some of the topics that are learned in our programs and courses include active, compassionate listening, growth mindset, how to deal with stress, how to appropriately disagree, forgiveness, gratitude, self-awareness, resiliency, healthy assertiveness, and how to have difficult conversations, to name a few. These are all skills that not only are going to help individuals with relationships, but these are job skills. They need these skills in order to get employment and effectively keep employment. So removing this would have an impact on releasing individuals, get them getting jobs, and having relationships with their families, really their overall well-being. We want people to leave incarceration and not come back, and we believe this would be a big step backwards if we were to have to take this out of our curriculums in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming.
Yes.
If we did the amendment when it was just an opt-out because of parental consent, would that affect what you are doing?
Yeah, so I haven't looked at the amendment. Obviously, I just heard about it today, but I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds like that it might not affect us as much, but.
I think a lot of us have not seen that amendment and read it.
Yeah.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. In your work with what you do, and in regards to the Choose Love movement and SEL, is there a restorative justice model or framework being utilized in any of this?
Yeah, so I think restorative justice is a big component of how we can work with victims with restoring people back to their communities, and I think that I'm not sure. I would need to talk a little bit more with you about exactly what you mean by that, but I think yes, restorative justice is something we want in most of our programs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee, Representative Myler?
Thank you for being here. Again, could you define the population that you're dealing with, please?
The population that we're doing Choose Love with, or
Yes,
SEL
your
with?
program with, yes.
Yeah, so we do this with our individuals who are incarcerated at the New Hampshire Department of Corrections.
Regardless of age.
Regardless of age.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to invite Sarah Gould, followed by Stacy Brooks. That's done. That's it. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you all for having me and hearing my testimony. I have a lot to say, and so I'm going to condense it into 2 minutes, and I do have written testimony with way more details. So thank you, Chairman Ladd and honorable members of the House Education Committee for having me and hearing my testimony. My name is Sarah Gould. I am the Training and Program Manager at Connors Klein Foundation. We are a small nonprofit based in the Seacoast, and we provide suicide prevention education to schools in the community throughout New Hampshire. We're here today in opposition to this bill. We feel that this would hinder, the bill as introduced would hinder our ability to provide the life-saving, evidence-based, life-saving program that we assist schools in providing to students. We also have questions, as someone else mentioned, about the suicide prevention law that we worked hard to get into place, as you may know or remember. And so that law does require, the 193J2 does require that suicide prevention education happen for staff and students annually in schools. We know that the bill as introduced is in direct conflict with the student portion of RSA 193J2, and we have questions about whether or not that would affect the staff portion of that bill, of that law or not. There was some language about professional development, so we're just not sure about that. And so there's, and you know, the program that we assist schools with providing for their students is evidence-based. Students that engage in that program are 64% less likely to report that they have attempted suicide. So we do believe that without this life-saving program or other evidence-based programs like it, we will see an increase in suicide deaths in youth in New Hampshire, and it already is the second leading cause of death. So, other than that, I can.
Thank you very much.
I can answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Representative Lekis?
Can you tell me, thank you. Can you tell me which program you're using?
Sure. We use the SOS Signs of Suicide program.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for coming to testify. I'm going to ask the same question I just asked. If we did the amendment, which just is an opt-out program, how would that affect you?
So I'm not able to answer that question fully because I haven't looked at the amendment. It came in like right before it came up. So, but I'm happy to read it and get back to you. It sounds like if it's an opt-out, it sounds like it would not affect what we do. I mean, there is a part to our program that is a survey, and that is already optional for schools. And it's not our program, I'm sorry. We partner with another organization, to MindWise Innovations, but we fund it in schools in New Hampshire. And so the SOS program does have a portion that is a survey, and schools know that is optional, and schools do already, if they use it, get an opt-in to use that per New Hampshire law already. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
I'd like to invite Stacy Brooks and Nicole Lung. And I'm going to try to keep the questions down about the amendment that's been passed out. A lot of folks have not read it. And so I don't think I'm prepared to even discuss that myself because I haven't had the opportunity. So let's stick to where we're going with the bill as it was introduced. Stacy Brooks, welcome. And followed by Nicole Long.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Brooks. I reside in Durham. Today I am here to oppose HB 1473. I am a mother. I'm a former school board member. I was a paraprofessional in a special ed preschool program that services children's age 3 through 5 that are coming off early supports and services.
Point of order.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Oh, we're not allowed to do that. Sorry. I was paraprofessional for 8 years in a program that I had a child attend. He is now 25 years old. And I'm also the parent of a child who died by suicide. The New Futures website says, when I did research, I didn't realize how many people would be here from different organizations, that social emotional learning skills help children build healthy relations, succeed in school and future workplaces, and contribute to our communities. Today, students spend the majority of their days in the classroom, and as they get older, in school-related activities like team sports and clubs, everything from drama to journalism to volunteer work. In order to succeed in school, our students need to be physically, emotionally, and mentally available. I'm going to skip a little. Bills like this pit families against schools. It should not be that way. It does, after all, take a village. This is not a new concept. To me, social skills is Mr. Lee's third, fourth grade classroom cheering when the kids in his class wanted to see if they could answer a multiplication fact faster than my son could identify a number on a flashcard. It was a goal that he was learning to identify numbers at the time. And then cheering when my son was faster. Each kid wanting to take a turn, not to beat him, but to see him succeed. It is those same kids that stood and cheered loudly and long when he walked across the graduation stage. And if not for anything, but do you want to know the best team at any high school? It is the unified sports team, because that's where the kids come together.
Your time is up.
Sorry. Thank you. I do want to thank all of the different organizations and associations that have come to support this bill, especially suicide prevention and
We
education.
appreciate your coming as well.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Nicole Long, followed by Linda Phillips.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Nicole Long, and I'm a school counselor. While I'm astounded to have to defend the importance of social emotional learning to continue to be embedded within our schools, I thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Social emotional learning has become a paramount component of the New Hampshire education system. In 2022, the National Survey for Children's Health noted that 30.3% of New Hampshire youth had one or more emotional, behavioral, or developmental conditions. 34.6% of Granite State children and their families had stated that it was very difficult to receive the mental health treatment or counseling that they needed. And 29.9% of those children were either bullied, picked on, or excluded by other children. School should be a place of safety, belonging, compassion, security, and nurture, where students can foster relationships amongst their peers and adults and feel connected and heard. Students can honor the beauty of developing a growth mindset and taking moments of mistakes as opportunities to grow, whether that be academically or socially emotionally. Our young people unequivocally know that there's a support system rallying behind them and cheering them on to encourage their resiliency through challenges and to pave a better and bright future for themselves. The whole child is the priority, and it's not defined by their academic performance. Their adverse childhood experiences or trauma does not define their identity. It's clear that there's a mental health crisis for our youth, and it's one of the many challenges that are impacting New Hampshire families. Prohibiting social emotional learning from embedded into the New Hampshire education system would only exacerbate these deficits and significant needs for our young Granite Staters and their families. Life can be hard, and over the past few years, we've certainly seen unforeseen challenges between horrific tragedies through our country and a pandemic that's left everlasting impacts. I've seen firsthand the importance of social emotional learning within the functionality of our school culture every single day. It aids as a resourceful tool for not only our students, but for the collaborative and development of stronger family and community partnerships. Most importantly, while this may sound drastic, I have seen SEL save young children's lives. We owe it to our students to create a school environment where their future can shine bright and be given endless opportunities to grow in all developmental areas. Learning is a relational process. Students need to Maslow before they can bloom. It's human instinct to have our basic needs met and essentially recognize that before academic.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
If you have written testimony there, we'll be pleased to put that into the whole thing in the record.
I will. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Lekis.
Thank you for answering my question. Sure. Can you tell me if there's a program and what program you use?
Absolutely. So we have used various different programs. We've used the Second Step program that's evidence-based driven that someone has mentioned prior to this. We've used in Choose Love as well. There's also the Ruler evidence-based program. There's PATH program. There's an emotional ABC program that's geared towards pre-K and kindergarten students that's more interactive and made for their skill set levels. So there's a wide range that students can choose from schools that meet their needs.
That's follow up.
Well, I'd rather only go with one question now.
I could have made it
We have a lot
one.
of cards to go
Just-
here. Representative Belcher had his hand up also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
So, the term social emotional learning was coined by an organization called the Fetzer Institute, which refers to itself as scientific spirituality. They spun off Castle. Choose Love says they are aligned with Castle and they teach mindfulness.
Yeah.
Can you give us a little bit of information and specifics as to where that line is between things like mindfulness and spirituality?
Sure. So mindfulness is more of the grounding method that you can use within a school. So if a student is feeling dysregulated or stressed, you can have them use a mindfulness skill of taking a deep breath using visualization of a place that brings them calm, place that brings them zen, where they can reset, re-regulate to be able to proceed moving forward. So it's not pushing forward any spirituality or religion per se. It's really having a student be regulatory towards what their needs are.
If I may, I
Thank
know
you.
you said.
From this point onwards, I'm just going to allow one question from committee members, and that's going to be it. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the service you're doing to the students that you're working with.
Thank you.
My question is this: in your experience as a counselor,
Yeah.
over the last several years, what has been the change in the needs of the students that you're dealing with?
there are a lot of changes, I would say, from our society in general, various different perspective and opinions. A lot of the tragedies and a lot of the pandemic have made a lot of difficulties for our families. They cannot access the resources that they need. They look to the schools for support, whether that be for day-to-day basic needs of clothing, food, or that they need more of that explicit skills being taught. They really look to the schools for that support every single day.
Thank you. Representative Cornell?
Thank you. And thank you. As a retired 36-year middle school guidance counselor, I know what your day is like, but you did say embedded in curriculum and school culture. So I'm assuming this is something that's school-wide, embedded in the curriculum. School culture can mean a lot of things, but it's not taking time out from the day from learning to read and do math and core curriculum.
Some components of the day may have an advisory or a morning meeting. That can be a quick 10 to 15-minute component of a check-in with a student. Teachers can say, hey, how are you? Just to get a pulse of what they may need, that basic needs component, right? But it doesn't take up a lot of time when you think about if a student walks in the door dysregulated and they can't function. It really gives them that opportunity to reset with the people they trust the most to then be able to learn that school day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Any new questions? Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Linda Phillips and Jessica Beckford on deck.
Thank you, Linda Phillips of Bristol. I've been a adoptive parent and a foster parent, and I had more training in those classes than our teachers do in expounding the virtues of SEL. It's very invasive. It encompasses everything. There's no boundaries, and teaching it can include anything from who did you have sex with to gender identity issues. Most parents are concerned about the unregulated access teachers have. They're concerned about the promotion of ideological and political ends that are easily slipped into SEL practices, the displacement of academic vigor, the expectation of teachers to act as therapists with minimal training and unqualified, additional budget costs that cannot be accounted by direct means because it infiltrates every aspect of the school day. Untrained teachers are allowed to probe into students' psyches, promoting a holistic schema through which children can comprehend their family and their friend relationships. Medical ethics prohibits practice by unlicensed and untrained individuals, but that doesn't stop anyone. Puts local school districts at risk for educational malpractice or lawsuits. Software hacks, such as what has occurred at the newfound SAU-4 last year, heightens the security concerns and the privacy of the families with the ongoing weekly, monthly data collection process. It doesn't stay within the district. It goes to another organization that gives out the grant money, and it's spread all over the state. And the questions are asked of the students: how much do you weigh? How tall are you? Who was the last person you had sex with? Have you ever been identified as having an STD? Are you questioning your gender? Is someone in your home depressed or has anxiety? How often do you eat potato salad and carrots, kind of thing? Invasive questions.
Your time is up.
With the families. Thank you for letting me speak.
If you have written testimony, I'd be glad to put that in the record.
I do.
if you
I will
submit.
provide.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Jessica Bickford and Jillian Dubois on deck.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Jess Bickford and I'm Assistant Superintendent. I've seen many of you several times. So I would like to focus most of my testimony on the potential violation for IDEA and RSA 186C that this bill would cause. So through the special ed process, teams make decisions regarding programming, goals, assessments, things like that are prescribed by those teams, including parent consent, and those are mandated by federal and state law. This bill would essentially violate that, not allowing for a lot of those self-regulation, self-help, behavioral management strategies and practices and curriculums that go with that the teams have identified as a must need for that student to make progress. Along with that comes public funding even if they end up in a private school like Spalding or some other institute that the team feels is necessary for that child to get their needs met. So this bill would also violate those rights of those students and the funding that would go to those private entities because they are publicly funded through the special education process. I also oppose the amendment that is made, particularly in regards to lines 6 through 9, because it does not qualify that it is a survey of the provision of social emotional learning. It says the provision of social emotional learning, not the data collection or survey of. We already have rules in place to allow parents to opt out and schools to notice parents when we give surveys like that. I've heard testimony today regarding the YRBS survey, which is a lot of those social emotional type questions. Parents already have the right to relinquish or not let their child participate in those surveys. So I think it would be redundant to include that in any of these bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the superintendent? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Jillian Dubois, and followed by Mary Wilkie. And daughter. Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Ladd and members of the committee, my name is Jillian Andrews Dubois, and I'm a mom of two, including my daughter Cordelia, who's here with me today. She's going to be testifying after me. Her testimony is her own words, although we did work together to make it a little more concise and organized. I'm also a former social studies teacher and a person who has struggled with her mental health since adolescence. I'm asking you today to please find HB 1473 ITL either in the current format or with the amendment. I also wanted to disclose that I do work for New Futures, but I'm here today to represent myself because this topic is so important to me. I also wanted to mention that it's important to a lot of folks around the state. More than 3,300 folks signed in opposition to this bill in the online portal. Let's see, so Cordelia has been able to take SEL classes, and they've been really wonderful for helping her recognize her emotions and manage her big feelings. You know, this isn't something that's separating schools from families. It's something that we can work on together. She's going to show you the toolbar that they have taught, and like this is something that I already had printed out at home before I even heard that this bill existed, because it was something that we're trying to work on and extend her learning at school to home. And they also do the Choose Love program, which you've heard a lot about, and it's really special part of her school. You know, I think it's so important that we focus on that part of keeping kids safe, because you know, we can't turn our schools into prisons, and you know, I don't think families want that. We can't afford it anyway. So it's really important to keep our kids safe in this way.
You're 2 minutes, but we haven't heard from Cordelia yet.
Okay.
She gets her 2 minutes.
Honorable Chair Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Cordelia Dubois. I'm 6 years old and in first grade at Abbott Downing School. My mom told me that there could be a new rule so kids couldn't take social emotional learning or SEL classes anymore. I did not like that because SEL class helps me stay calm and be happier. In kindergarten and first grade, we have SEL class every 6 days, just like gym and music. I like it, and so do other kids. They taught me what I could do when I got mad at school or at home. One thing they teach us is to use the toolbar when you get mad. First, you pause and breathe. That means to take 3 slow, deep breaths. Then you rewind. That means to think about what happened and why it made you feel that feeling. Last, you play. That means you make a good choice. Another thing we learned about is 5-finger deep breathing. That means you trace up when you breathe in on your finger and trace down when you breathe out. We also got to go outside for some of our SEL time. We learned about being kind on the playground. We had a really fun time with Mrs. Dutcher. Playworks class is also every 6 days. We learn fun playground games and how to be kind while we play. It's one of our favorite classes. We also learn about Choose Love at school. Some of the parts of Choose Love are courage and gratitude. For courage, we made a sun, and if a grown-up ever saw you do something that was brave, they'd give you a sticker and you'd put it on the sun. Gratitude means that you're thankful for something. We made a gratitude tree. Everyone in the school made a leaf. Mine said for my doll, Caitlin. A bunch of others said for my family. Also, the whole school learns about being respectful. It's one of the things on the signs in the school. It means to be kind to others. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what kids think about SEL. Please vote against House Bill 1473.
Thank you very much, Cordelia. You're the youngest person ever to testify in this committee, and we all need to take a deep breath.
That's true. And we're happy to take questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Cordelia? No, but thank you very much for taking the time today to come in. Thank you, Cordelia. You had one, Representative Damon?
Cordelia, I am so grateful for your presence here and your mom's. And I am wondering if you have any thoughts about what you want to be when you grow up.
I want to have the same job as my mom. Because then it would be easier for them to teach me.
Thank you.
Wow. Impressive. Thank you very much.
We'll get our lobbyist badge soon.
I say good luck to Mom. I'd like to invite Mary Wilkie and second by Aubrey Friedman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and that's a tough act to follow.
That's hard to follow.
I'm opposed to HB 1473. Underlying the bill is a deep mistrust of teachers that is ironically being fostered by bills like this. The sponsor of the bill provided no evidence that teachers in New Hampshire are changing math questions into questions about marital status or same-sex marriage. In my experience, teachers are highly trusted. I'm a retired teacher, I should have said, public school teacher. And teachers are trusted and by parents, and teachers deserve to be trusted. In fact, often parents go to teachers and ask them for help on these very skills. How can I help my child have more friends? What can I do? My child doesn't seem to have a lot of self-control. Do you have any advice about that? Teachers see so many kids. Yes, teachers are not psychologists. They have taken courses in child psychology. They know about child development, but they see so many children that often parents just ask them for that kind of advice. I think they are trusted and they are worthy of trust. The definition in this bill is so broad that it's impossible to comply, whether it's the original bill or the amendment. And I just would like to give a couple of examples. Maybe some of you, like me, had first day jitters, the first day of school, especially going off to a new school, maybe middle school, maybe kindergarten, maybe high school. And so as a teacher, on those first days, you do a lot of games and activities to help kids get to know each other, feel comfortable with you as the teacher. They're all non-cognitive, they're all social. And if we were going to not do that, the first day of middle school, kids would have walked into my math class. I would have said, hello, my name is Ms. Wilkie. Please sit down and get out your math book. That's not the way we treat human beings. That's how we would treat a robot who was there to be fed some kind of data. Other examples are, this bill says, no, you can't have policies, activities, et cetera, about self-management. That means, literally, I wouldn't be able to set an expectation that you raise your hand before you speak. Relationship skills, none of that. I can't talk about, we couldn't have a policy about bullying. I know that sounds, common sense would say that's ridiculous, but that's what the law says. We can't individually decide what's common sense when there's a law. We have to follow the law. No responsible decision-making can be discussed or addressed or activities around. So no more consequences for coming to school without your homework. I just feel there are so many problems in this state, so many things that you are all elected to address that are really important. And this bill is answering a problem that doesn't exist. And it's once again undermining trust in public school teachers who teach close to 90% of the kids in this state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You just testified that there's no lack of trust or faith in teachers. But I'm looking at a Washington Post article from 2022, the stark drop in faith demonstrating that only 28% of Americans have faith in public schools. Are you saying that there's nothing behind that number? It's not happening?
Well, first of all, I didn't say there is no lack of trust because I see lack of trust here. But I'm saying that the parents I ran into, and I taught 1,000 children, more than 1,000 children, none of them indicated to me that they did not trust their public school teachers. I haven't read that article. I have no idea what the survey was. I don't know if it was valid or not, so I can't address that.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Aubrey Friedman, followed by Emma Savigny.
Mr. Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman from Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. Okay, we are turning our schools into medical centers. What happened to teaching basic academic skills? I mean, I would say if our proficiency rates were 90% or better, then okay, maybe we can work on some other stuff. They're not. They're way low. And I'm in the Newfound district, and our ELA is up slightly, but our math and science are in the 30s and 40s. So there's a lot of work to be done. We should not having out. This is a distraction. And by the way, it is actual classes that they are in. So like a 1 hour period, 45 minutes or whatever, because I know the question came up, it is actually not working on math or reading or whatever. It is actual these skills. So it is taking, they're only there for 6 hours a day, whatever it is taking away from academics. On the data collection, I've got a bunch of backup here. I'm sorry I didn't make 20 copies, but please watch the video, and there's also a transcript in here, and I highlighted, and we talk about data collection. And I'm not saying that this Zoom meeting at the Department of Education was with the school counselors, and it is really the way they talk about hiding things from parents, collecting the data. We got to get parental consent, but how do you kind of skirt it by the parents? It is very revealing. Please watch it or at least read the transcript. So when we talk about lack of trust, when I watched that, it was a Zoom meeting, it just infuriates me about what's being sneaked in under the radar here. Lastly, the whole WSCC, whole school, whole child, whole community, this whole SEL thing was designed by the CDC. Should we really trust them? They're the ones who messed up during the pandemic. So it's all designed from them. And I really question taking this whole teaching stuff. Am I done?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Friedman? Do you have copies of that, or do you want to see?
I only have one copy, but please look through it. And if there's the link to the video. It's only like 30 minutes. It's very telling. It's like kind of a private session discussing data sharing and how do you deal with this business with parental consent.
Thank you. If you could submit that,
yes,
we'd incorporate it into the record. Emma Savigny, followed by Bonnie Dunham.
Good. I think we're still in morning. Good morning, Chairperson Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that solves problems through policy change. I am here in strong opposition to House Bill 1473 as written and the amendment because it would put students at risk of losing out on an education that could support them throughout their lives. Traumatic events in a children's lifetime are called adverse childhood experiences. They're commonly referred to as that, also known as ACEs. And experiencing even 4 ACEs throughout a childhood puts someone at great risk for long-standing, lifelong health and mental wellness conditions. These include anxiety, depression, substance use disorder. Having protective factors against those ACEs is critical in mitigating the consequences to experiencing those ACEs. Social emotional learning gives students the tools to create those protective factors against ACEs and carry that throughout their lifetime. In addition, social emotional learning is by and large a partnership between schools and parents. So for instance, MTSSB, the program you heard about from the sponsor and a couple other folks, really emphasizes the partnership between parents and the schools and ensures that parents are not only informed and given the chance to partake in the program, but also extend the learning at home. And it's a core feature of that framework. Finally, parents and caregivers are largely supportive of social emotional learning. 86% of respondents to the 603 Bright Future survey, which is given to families that attend public schools in New Hampshire, stated that they were in agreement with the statement that social emotional learning was important to include in addition to academics in schools. I'll wrap up there, but I will ask the committee to vote ITL on House Bill 1473.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Dunham, followed by Michael Breen.
Sorry.
For the committee, we have enough cards to go another 45 minutes, so if you have to take a break to go to the washroom or something, go ahead and do that.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Dunham. I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm here as a parent of somebody who benefited from education, special education, and social emotional learning. I'm stunned as to why someone would want to discourage, never mind prohibit, social and emotional learning in schools. Isn't promoting schools in civic engagement a good thing? Don't we want our kids to grow up to be good citizens, to have skills in the areas of self-management, relationship building, responsible decision-making, and behaviors? That just makes sense. This bill is particularly problematic, though, for children with disabilities who may have delays or deficits in areas that include social emotional development or social interaction skills. I have one of those people in my house, and so I know how important it is for those skills to be taught. And sometimes it takes some real purposeful teaching. IEPs, according to the federal and state law, must address both academic and functional performance. And functional performance includes skills and behaviors in areas including social skills and emotional development. And once those areas have been identified, then there needs to be an annual goal in there. Progress needs to be measured. And IDEA also emphasizes the use of positive behavior interventions and supports, particularly for children who need them. And that involves teaching both self-management and behavioral skills. I don't know if it's the intent, but this bill essentially violates IDEA.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for for Bonnie? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Michael Breen, followed by Mary DuBois. Okay, Mary DuBois. expert on this one right now.
Hi, my name is Mary Dubois. I am a former teacher and a retired mental health counselor for children. I'm here to oppose 1473. We all have social emotional health, and from birth to death. And as adults, we know what we need to do. If we have problems, if we need some professional help, we can get the help that we need. As children, they're just learning, hopefully, the foundations for frustration or impulse control, friendship skills, and how to make friends. If they don't learn this, then those problems or feelings identified with them intensify and multiply. So as they get older, they have additional problems. We all know of people who haven't had social emotional help in their lives. Look at the drug overdoses that we have, which is on the rise in New Hampshire. Look at the suicides committed, which is on the rise in New Hampshire. And look at how often do you hear of mass shooters who were loners, who didn't have friends, who kept to themselves. So the root of all of this are feelings that need to be identified when children are young, and they need to be worked through, because if they're not worked through, these issues are the result of it. So I'm definitely opposed to this. To me, we think we need more problems. More programs that deal with social emotional health.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Nancy Heiderman, followed by Sarah Fillion.
Oh, it's right after. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm here testifying about SEL. I'm not against teaching skills, but the problem is that the programs that the schools that are purchasing these SEL programs are crossing the line. Schools are replacing academics with SEL, and this is the CASEL program. They're the parent company. They're creating student activists. They're saying the school is their safe space, not the family. They are constantly giving out surveys and data collection. When I was a child, we all heard about your permanent record. Oh, that's going to go on your permanent record. Well, now these kids are going to have this permanent record, and this data is going to be out there forever, and they're never going to be able to escape it. So is that permanent record going to be used in the future about getting a job, joining the Army, getting a loan for something you did in third grade or said in third grade? And I keep hearing about parental consent. Is this really informed consent that these parents are getting? They're getting told that, hey, there's this program, and check out the website that we have on the SAU's website. That just gives you a very top layer of information about any SEL program. We don't know what are all the details and the guts about every lesson plan unless you file a Right to Know Act. And then I also like to say that, the gentleman up here with the dog and doing the comfort and care and everything, I'm very concerned that that child, whether that child knew that the information they wrote on that piece of paper and threw away that information in the wastebasket, was anyone else going to access that information? And did the people that did read that information, did they have the right to read it? And did they have the right to know that information? And if that information happened to have said something that there was abuse going on, who was going to contact the authorities at that point? And was what that child wrote, was that going to be inferred that there was actual abuse going on?
Your time is up. Further questions from the committee? Sarah Fillion, followed by, we're going to have Michael Blair and Catherine Ten come up together following this this testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I'm Sarah Fillion, a former teacher for 9 years turned educational consultant. As a proud product of New Hampshire schools, I stand against HB 1473 and encourage you to join me. Our presence at this meeting, and maybe even going through this meeting, required us to utilize essential skills. time management, planning, organizing, decision-making, and perhaps a dash of motivation or perseverance. These SEL skills, vital in adulthood, must be nurtured from childhood to empower individuals to reach their potential and contribute positively to society. In my 20 years of education, including teaching in both affluent and economically disadvantaged schools, I've observed SEL's crucial role in enabling all students to access education and succeed. When I was hired in the Nashua School District, I was warned about the challenging nature of the incoming 5th grade class. One story among many stands out about the power of SEL in nurturing their profound growth. Years later, a former student reached out to share a pivotal moment from that year with me. The student was faced with pressure to join his older brother's gang. Despite the temptation, the supportive environment of our classroom convinced him otherwise. He credited that year as a time that he found genuine friendship, care from classmates and teachers, and a vision for his potential beyond gang life. A robust body of evidence highlights the positive effects of SEL on academics. The research comes from numerous sources, including the Institute for Education Sciences and the National Institutes of Health, all of which have undergone rigorous review. In an increasingly interconnected and diverse world, SEL skills are highly prized by employers and vital for success in all areas of life. Prohibiting SEL through HB 1473 would stifle students' personal growth, hamper academic achievement, and limit their capacity to thrive in an ever-changing world. I urge you to oppose HB 1473. Thank you for your time and consideration.
That's right on the money.
I
Thank
timed
you very
it.
much.
I practiced.
A lot of practice. Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite up Michael Blair and Catherine Ten. Both our students had to get back to school. So, and each one of you will have 2 minutes. And you can flip a coin as to who wants to start.
Oh, we discussed it before. Well, I'll start us off.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Blair. I live in Manchester and am a senior at Manchester Central High School. I speak today in opposition to House Bill 1473 and urge you to vote no. At Central, I serve as class president, editor-in-chief of our school newspaper, and am a 3-sport varsity athlete. I also serve on Governor Sununu's Youth Advisory Council on Substance Misuse and Prevention. Throughout high school, I have volunteered with the Jesse Lewis Choose Love movement. I speak today in my individual capacity, not on behalf of any other person or group, to share my amazing experience with Choose Love. As a freshman, working with the National Curriculum Director for Choose Love, I and members of my high school hockey team designed a curriculum that our team presents to young students at the Manchester Boys and Girls Club each year. Our 5-session course, called Face Off Friends, teaches the core values of courage, forgiveness, gratitude, and compassion in action using the game of ice hockey as a hook. For me, the most rewarding part of the Face Off Friends program is seeing the excitement on the faces of the young children at the Boys and Girls Club. I am most proud that the children look forward to Face Off Friends each year. I always enjoy listening to the students telling me stories of how they were compassionate, how they took a brave breath or showed a growth mindset, and even more, seeing them apply parts of this curriculum on the playground with their friends. It is clear to me that what we are teaching has a true beneficial impact on their lives and positively influences how they think, act, and live. Seeing the real effect of this program on a finite group of children, I am confident it will benefit public schools, where the program can reach and teach a wider student body. Choose Love has the power to change lives for the better and improve our community as a whole. It teaches skills we need for higher learning and for the working world.
Your time is up. Wrap it up quickly.
The Choose Love program provides for all students and encourages them to be the best students and the best people they can be. Once again, I urge you to vote no on House Bill 1473. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Catherine?
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Ten. I am from Manchester and I'm a sophomore at Central High School. I'm a 3-season athlete, class officer, and editor of the school newspaper, drum major of the marching band, and counselor for the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council. I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself and oppose HB 1473. I'm an ambassador for the Choose Love program, a program that is focused on building skills to prevent violence in our community. I teach the Face Off Friends program modeled on the Choose Love curriculum with members of the high school's boys and girls hockey teams at the Boys and Girls Club. While helping teach this curriculum, I have noticed girls who are unfamiliar with the sport come together and make important connections. I have observed children who at first seemed hesitant about the sport consistently return each time we visited and be excited about trying something new and gaining confidence each session. Choose Love not only promotes important qualities like courage and forgiveness, but it also creates an important community. It encourages kids to try something new and get out of their comfort zone in a safe and encouraging environment. In 2023, the United States Surgeon General released a report raising alarm of the epidemic of loneliness and mental health challenges that young people confront. He noted that the loneliness and isolation increases the risk of depression and anxiety for children and teens. It is especially important to have programs that build social connections and foster community as a way to promote well-being for young people. Choose Love is the type of program that creates a culture of connection between people, which is so important to strong communities and especially youth mental health. Having experienced the Choose Love program up close and working with the children at the Manchester Boys and Girls Club, I believe Choose Love is the type of program that would benefit students throughout the public school system. Based on my experience, I hope that you will vote no on House Bill 1473 and allow this important program to continue in public schools. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much. Other questions? You students are excellent representatives from Manchester. We want to say that. Representative Cornell.
Well, thank you. I just want to repeat that as a graduate of Central many years ago. I want to thank you and your wonderful examples of what our Manchester Public Schools produce. Thank you.
And just remember, there's an excellent higher education system down at UNH. Think about it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Like to recognize Fern Seiden.
Good morning.
Yeah, press on, press the button.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the House Education Committee. My name is Fern Seiden, and I am the Director of Student and Staff Wellness for the Concord School District. I've been an educator, school counselor in New Hampshire schools for over 20 years. Accessing social emotional learning, or SEL, in schools is a vital part of getting a good education. I think we've seen some evidence of that today. SEL provides a framework to intentionally build skills such as resilience, perseverance, stress management, and collaboration. The intentional integration of SEL provides young people with crucial life skills necessary for academic success. SEL skills and academics actually complement each other rather than compete with each other. I oppose this bill because it would prevent educators from actually applying the latest research on learning and child development in order to maximize the potential of all students. The bill also runs counter to the strategic plan of the Concord School District, which prioritizes the development of the whole child and recognizes that separating academic achievement from social-emotional skill development would negatively impact our ability for a successful education of our students. I wanted to share a little bit about what SEL might look like. I think we've heard a lot of that, but just a few examples. When a child puts their head down on a desk and they're discouraged, the teacher has already worked with that student in the classroom to develop language around growth mindset and strategies that they can use to then coach the child in that moment toward re-engagement. Instead of losing the child, we're now re-engaging the child for their education. It is building a toolbox of strategies to manage stress in a positive way. By the time a high-achieving high school student is struggling to manage a strenuous workload, they have spent years learning about stress management, a protective factor that supports mental wellness. In summary, research in the field of the science of human development and learning.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Well, one more thing is that the CASEL framework, I want to clarify, it is a framework. It does not provide a social emotional learning curriculum. It's a framework that you can use to develop a social emotional learning curriculum with. So I just wanted to clarify that because I've heard that mentioned several times. And it does not require the collection of data and especially personal data on students.
Thank you
So,
for the clarification.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Regarding the Choose Love movement and SEL, in June of 2023, the State Department of Education tweeted out an image from the Choose Love movement titled June Self-Care, advertising ways people can help care for themselves. Now, most of this stuff doesn't raise an eyebrow, except one thing on here. It says appreciate your assets, and there's a little emoji of a peach. Now, for background on this, the peach emoji has been banned in a lot of social media because it's often used to symbolize genitalia. Can you speak to what exactly this is trying to tell children to do and how it has to do with social emotional learning?
I have no idea about what the peach represents, but I do know that we talk a lot about developing student assets, and that when we have these skills, they become assets for us in order to thrive in school and beyond in the workplace. So I'm sorry, I don't know that reference.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Invite Patricia Tilley, DHHS, and followed by Becky Wilson, NHSBA.
Good morning, committee. For the record, my name is Patricia Tilley. I am an associate commissioner with the Department of Health and Human Services. I am also proudly happen to be a former middle school teacher in a former life. I'm representing the Department of Health and Human Services opposition to HB 1473. It is impractical and has wide-reaching and undeterminable effects that you have heard for the past few hours. We have only now seen the amendment, as you have, but the original language as introduced would prohibit any program that even sniffs of social and emotional language, and it would eliminate opportunities for surveys such as the YRBS. I want to begin by agreeing wholeheartedly with the sponsor and others in this room that with the fundamental belief that social and emotional learning starts at home. Parents and caregivers play the most important and primary role in teaching and modeling healthy social development and relationships. But as you have heard here today, from students to teachers, all of us have a part to play. There can never be too many trusted and skilled adults in a child's life to help navigate complex emotions that we can prevent the outcomes of emotional, physical, and sexual abuse and violence, as well as poor academic performance due to the inability to effectively communicate in groups and peer relationships. There are hundreds of studies that support this notion. That is why the Department of Health and Human Services supports programs in schools that develop partnerships with families and schools based on mutual trust, understanding, and civility across differences. None of these programs reduce the powerful role of caregivers. Rather, they enhance the notions of kindness, respect, and empathy that is learned at home. But with 44% of New Hampshire high school students reporting feeling sad or hopeless in the past year, among girls alone, that bumps up close to 60%, and the epidemic of loneliness that you've heard about already, there is no doubt that student wellness impacts academic performance and academic environments. Sadly, underscoring this data, we are faced with the fact that suicide is the leading cause of death among 10 to 23-year-olds in New Hampshire. We believe that even with the amendment HB 1473 puts forward, the following department-funded programs are at risk. New Hampshire Student Assistant Programs. They are school-based programs funded by the department in more than 70 communities to provide support to middle and high school students struggling with individual, family, and peer challenges.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Great. Thank you. I will just sum by saying we have written testimony that we'll pass around. There are a number of programs that would all be defunded. Even with this amendment, the language is impractical.
Thank you. Questions for DHHS? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Could you please speak to the propriety of an executive agency taking a position on a bill and how that is not a conflict of interest or ethics violation?
Sure, there is state statute that allows that. I can't think of the number off the top of my head. We must identify ourselves as members of the executive agency, and we have the authority in statute to take a position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Becky Wilson, followed by John Indive. Right. John, I don't know if I got your last name. Got it? Okay.
Thank you for hearing my testimony today. For the record, Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I will send in extensive written testimony referencing our resolutions, which guide our opposition to this bill. However, given the extensive testimony you've already heard, I would like to just highlight some of the current initiatives, programs, and statutes and rules, many of which have been put into practice directly as a result of bipartisan legislation that has come out of this committee, which we feel would no longer be available if this bill or the amendment were to pass. You've heard many of them already. I will try to read them as quickly as I can. MTSSB, the definition of bullying, obligations to address bullying, bullying investigations, cyberbullying, granting or considering a manifest ed hardship for any reason that's somehow related to a child's feelings, relationships, emotions, social situations, charter schools whose mission is built on serving students who are at risk, who exhibit a need for social emotional support, family engagement programs, surveys, and indicator data that's on the 603 survey that comes out of the Department of Ed, suicide prevention, listing the suicide prevention hotline and potentially the eating disorders hotline on the back of student IDs, federal SAFE grants, stronger connections grants, which over the past several years have allowed districts to better address pandemic learning loss and support for students and families across communities, work-based soft skills training as part of CTE programs, which are requested by employers for students who are coming out of CTE, Graduation Alliance, which is a mentoring program out of the department, the suspension and expulsion rules, Best Buddies, Unified Sports, Youth Mental Health First Aid, the partnership with Justice Broderick and Dartmouth Health, One Trusted Adult, trauma-informed care, and all of the competing federal IDEA and state issues around special education, as well as being able to place a student at an out-of-district placement who does not comply with this law, because the LEA is responsible for ensuring that out-of-district placements comply with New Hampshire law, hiring social workers, adjustment counselors, juvenile justice programs, diversion, and restorative practice. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you much, Becky.
Thank you.
David Trumbull, followed by, looks like Al Brandaro.
He had to go.
He's gone. John? Yeah, John, you're up after. Okay, good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'll keep it brief. You've heard all of tremendous evidence on the effectiveness of SEL. The one argument that seems to be coming back is, does it conflict with academic studies because you're using time that could be spent there? So a little research on that. There's a study done, reported in Child Development, and it's a review of 97,000 students from 82 schools who took place in SEL programs. The study showed that 3.5 years after their last SEL involvement, students fared markedly better academically than their peers in control groups by an average of 13 percentile points based on 8 studies that measured academics. So if you're worried about the performance scores in schools, this just tells you, and you heard the reason. A child comes in, they're not set to start work for the day is a mess for them. You do some work to help them get centered, the child has a productive day. After SEL, your scores for as a school go up 13 percentage points. That would be huge. We certainly shouldn't fight against that. It also said that it reduces drug use and emotional distress. Another study from Columbia University, this one was in the Journal of Benefit Cost Analysis, says that SEL programs return $11 for every dollar invested. This report from Columbia University details a benefit cost analysis evaluating 6 SEL intervention programs that shows an average return on investment of $11 for every dollar spent. So it not only increases academic scores, it saves the schools money. It's a productive program. How does it do this? It reduces child aggression, substance abuse, delinquency, and violence. Students don't end up missing school if they feel like school is a safe place to be. If students aren't there, how are they going to get academic progress? It also lowers levels of depression and anxiety. It increases grades. It increases attendance and performance in core academic subjects. That question was asked 6 times. So I think hopefully these will answer that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Mr. Trumbull. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
John? Al Brendero, I guess it is, will follow. He's gone. Then it'd be Tara Fonts following. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
How do you say your last name?
Udis.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets mispronounced all the time. That's okay. I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker and a master's licensed alcohol and drug counselor. And I won't repeat too many of the points that are already made, but up here as a citizen right now, because I saw the legislative alert about this bill and it struck a chord because I've been asked in this room before and in other public forums when I was serving on different boards, the Providers Association and NASW, about what's the best prevention for addiction, especially, which is something that I'm an expert on. I taught classes at UNH for it. And I always say it's teaching kids between the age of like 5 and 12 how to identify their emotions, ground themselves, calm themselves down, ask for what they need in a more productive way. And that's what my understanding of social emotional learning is. If there are other studies and data and questions that get asked, like perhaps the amendment, putting some limits on that could help a little bit, but removing this from curriculum is sort of impossible. And I don't know why you would want to do it, because it would just cause way more problems than it solves. And to answer the question that Representative Belcher had asked earlier about forgiveness and how that activity helps someone, there's a lot of research that connects forgiveness to mental health. But the bottom line is it's kind of common sense neuroscience that if someone is distracted and escalated about an emotional issue, then they're not going to be able to attend to any academic learning. So that's what we need to teach kids so that they can be successful academically and socially, and prevent drug overdose and prevent addiction and prevent them from ending up in programs like the one that I operate in the Seacoast, which is for adults with addiction and mental health problems. So I think everything else has been touched on, but I just, like I said, I'm not a part of any of those boards anymore. But when I saw this legislation being proposed, I felt like I needed to explain that that's how you prevent those problems from happening later in life. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Tara Fonts, is she here? Followed by Mark McLean. This is Choose Love.
Hello, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Tara Fonts. I am a resident of Newbury, New Hampshire. I'm not here as an educator or a therapist working with children. I'm here as a parent. I actually work in technology, and I have to say that I'm so grateful to have seen so many so many teachers and so many academics here in support of the kids. I became involved in the Choose Love program after the Uvalde school shooting. I had reached out and started working with Shannon and Scarlett Lewis. I just want to provide clarification on a couple of things, if I may. Excuse me, I have to breathe. The Choose Love movement does not do any data collection of the children. The Choose Love movement does ask educators if they want to provide feedback, as people would with any program, nor do they require money. So you can opt in to other programs within Choose Love, but you do not have to pay anything up front. So how I became involved in Choose Love with Uvalde school shooting is I had employed Choose Love with Recycled Percussion into an anti-bullying event in Newport, New Hampshire. And someone here asked, that was in April of last year, someone in here asked, how have you seen this move forward? So coincidentally or fortuitously, last week I met a girl who was from Newport, New Hampshire, who told me that her mother taught in the school system. And I said, oh, I had helped facilitate an event there. Did you by any chance, did your mom say anything? And she said, nope, my mom didn't say anything. But my younger brother, who is in 8th grade, said the woman that spoke there, and she said, is her name Scarlett? I said, yes, it is. And she said, that story resonated with him. And he has made it a point to be kind and courageous and considerate and compassionate to the children in his school. and to look for that little boy or little girl who may not seem like everybody else, but perhaps needs a little compassion. That was back in April of 2023.
Your time is up.
And it still resonates today. That's all.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thanks.
McLean, followed by Ryan Aguilina. Mark's not here. Is Ryan here? Jean Duval. That's Jean's. Do you have to get out of here?
Hello. I just want to start off by saying, wow, those kids said it all. I am a third grade teacher, and I have been teaching in Nashua for 24 years, and I absolutely oppose this bill, and it is with passion I teach at SEL. The Nashua School District uses the Choose Love program, and for those of you who are not familiar with that, Choose Love was created by Scarlett Lewis when, so sadly, her child was shot and killed in the Sandy Hook shooting, and she was devastated, as any parent, as any person would be. And she came back from home, and on the chalkboard, her child Jesse had written in his first grade writing a few words: courage, forgiveness. And it really resonated with her. And she felt so compelled to, it just sort of came to her, this is her life's meaning, to create the Choose Love program. And for those of you who are not familiar with Choose Love, it's a very simple formula. It represents courage, gratitude, forgiveness, compassion. And also, most of you probably know that Governor Sununu has endorsed this amazing program in New Hampshire. And he actually has appointed the program manager who works in his office. That really resonates with me. I use Choose Love in my classroom every day. We start our day with our morning meeting, and I say good morning to every one of my students. I look in their eyes and I say, what are you grateful for today? And I express my gratefulness. It might be as simple as, I was able to see the sunrise or something like that. And scientific research shows that by expressing gratitude, and this is just a fraction of this amazing program, it reduces anxiety and it just helps people be healthier and feel better. I also want to express that when all the tools, like that little girl expressed, when we take assessments, some children are very anxious, and we take a breath and we calm our bodies. So I urge you to please oppose this bill. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Tara Spencer, followed by Ariel Smith. Good
afternoon. My name is Tara Spencer. I'm a school psychologist at Abbott Downing School. I have been a school psychologist for the Concord School District since the fall of 2003. It's a little while. I have been teaching social emotional learning class to kindergartners and first graders as a special for the past 3 years. I am also here as a parent of a first grader and a fifth grader. I could go into the research citing statistics showing that social emotional learning improves school attendance, academic performance, graduation rates, etc. I could talk about how when students are experiencing big feelings, they're not available for instruction. Other people have hit on those topics. What I want to talk to you today about is what does this look like in schools? So you saw Cordelia, who reported on the emotional ABCs. That is one of the programs we're doing in addition to Choose Love. This looks every day like students who are coming up to me telling me they were able to use their deep breathing. They used their 5 senses to ground their bodies so that they could retry that math problem. it looks like kids on the playground using their words instead of hands-on to solve who gets to be goalie during soccer at recess. This looks like students' vocabulary for feelings growing from just saying they're upset to being able to say they're frustrated or they're disappointed. I've had students come into my office who initially were not able to name any calming strategies that they had to calm big feelings. Now, when I ask kids, what's in your toolbox? What strategies do you have to deal with these big feelings? Students are at least able to name 3. And that's not just name skills that they have learned. This is naming skills that they actually can use successfully. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Thank you. Could you just give us a couple of examples of the strategies?
Sure. Cordelia talked about the 5-finger breathing. We do so many different breathing strategies, hot cocoa breathing. We do the Choose Love Brave Breath. With the younger kids, we might do bird breathing, where we incorporate the body into that. We also do the 5 senses, where we will think about, okay, what are 5 things I see, 4 things I hear, 3 things I feel, 2 things or 1 thing I can taste. We go through all the senses. What can you think of for those things to help ground kids? There's also, we may kind of shake out some of the feelings. We may do mindful activities like rainbow scavenger hunt. That's a big one at our school, where kids can sit in their seat and they look for something every color of the rainbow. So that doesn't require them to get up out of their seat. They can sit in their seat, they can find something every color. It helps calm their bodies, and then they're ready to work. We talk about taking pit stops, where kids may recognize they need a drink of water, they may need to take a walk to the bathroom. None of this takes away from their time. And when you think about if they're grounded, then they're available for instruction, and that's not taking away time.
Thank you very much. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do with your students. As a result of the program that you implemented there in the last 3 years, have you seen a decrease in the discipline problems that you have in school?
We have. I don't have the statistics on me, but we have. And when we do have kids that are having what we call bumps, they're able to turn those bumps around more quickly. So what could have been an episode where a kid was off for an hour, we can now let them self-regulate, maybe co-regulate with them, where we sit down, we do some deep breathing, and they breathe with us, and they're able to turn it around so much quicker within a matter of a few minutes.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Thank you very much. My wife oftentimes tells me, Rick, stand up tall and take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Ariel Smith, followed by Megan Phillips.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Ariel Taylor Smith, and I am the Senior Director of Policy and Action at the National Parents Union. I am here today to respectfully oppose HB 1473 as originally introduced. The National Parents Union runs the longest running national parent poll in the country, and overwhelmingly, over the last 38 polls, we have heard that parents are concerned about their kids' mental health. 89% of parents in our latest poll said that policymakers should be focused on improving student mental health. Also, according to our polling, 81% of parents say that public schools should teach about and discuss concepts like kindness, empathy, cooperation, and collaboration. 82% of parents oppose curriculum bans. According to the National Survey on Drug Use and Health in Teens 12 through 17, there has been a 145% increase since 2010 in teen girls and a 161% increase in teen boys who were reporting major depression last year. In girls ages 10 through 14 since 2010, there has been a 188% increase in hospital admissions for non-fatal self-harm. We are seeing a major and deeply concerning increase in suicide, self-harm, anxiety, and depression among our kids. Now is not the time to be banning the teaching of resiliency and empathy. I also want to note a concerning component in the original bill, which is a ban on civic engagement. In our rapidly evolving society, fostering active citizenship is crucial. Banning civic engagement for New Hampshire students would deny our students the chance to develop into informed, responsible, and engaged members of our community. Civic participation instills values of empathy, critical thinking, and a sense of responsibility toward the greater good. Moreover, social emotional learning plays a critical role in shaping well-rounded individuals, and studies have shown that it results in academic gains. SEL plays an important role in supporting student academics, and it can positively contribute to indicators of academic achievement, including school climate, a sense of belonging, and strong student-teacher relationships. It equips students with the emotional intelligence needed to navigate life's challenges. I urge you to reconsider the potential consequences of banning these essential components of education. Please let us continue to empower our students with the skills and the knowledge they need to contribute meaningful to our democratic society. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming and hanging in there so long.
Thank you for having me.
Megan Phillips?
Hi, folks. So I'm Megan Phillips, and I am a clinical psychologist by training, and I work at the Behavioral Health Improvement Institute at Keene State College as a principal investigator, lead evaluator, and direct the New Hampshire MTSSB Technical Assistance Center in partnership with the Department of Education in the state. I am here as a neutral party. I like to come and keep an eye out for inaccuracies in the testimony, and then luckily end up last on the docket, so I can try to address just a few of those very, very quickly. I do have some written testimony that comes from our Technical Assistance Center, which summarizes the literature and the evidence behind social emotional learning, its integration into frameworks such as MTSSB, and I just would highly encourage the committee to take a look at it. There's been a lot of evidence talked about here, and I want you to have the actual literature in your hands or citations for the actual literature so you can make informed decisions that are based on reality. Couple of very quick clarifications based on what I heard today that I think are important. One is I think we're having a confusion and a confabulation between social emotional learning curricula and social emotional and behavioral screening. Social emotional curricula are curriculum. They're curricula, they're taught like any other subject matter and often integrated into the academic curriculum, which is actually the most effective way the literature shows to do that. What it isn't is screening or surveys. Certainly, schools can make a decision to have an adjunct survey or data collection tool, but it's not an inherent part of curriculum, of social emotional learning curriculum. I want to clarify that terms like mental health treatment and assessment, I would caution folks about using those terms in this context. Assessment is as a psychologist, is a process of psychological assessment using multiple tools by a qualified individual. And that is not a part of social emotional learning curricula in schools. If teachers are asked to complete a survey or a rating scale to provide information on student behavior and how students are doing, those are called screenings, and they are based on observation, not on interpretation. That would be considered part of an assessment process because teachers are not qualified to do that and they're not asked to do that. So just be careful when you hear those terms, mental health assessment, those are above and beyond, and I just want folks to be careful about that.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. And yes, we are familiar with MTSSB.
Yes, I
with
know.
the DOE.
I have talked to you about it before.
Thank you. Yes. Are there any other cards? Because we are done everything that's up here on the pink card right now. Yes?
Yes, could I have 2 minutes to speak? I did not fill out a card. I didn't anticipate speaking today.
You can fill out a card, but you can't speak without the card.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
And you will be the last person speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Can you speak in one card?
Yeah. Just let Mark know you're headed out.
Oh, yes, she knows.
Okay. Hey, have a good afternoon.
Yeah. Completely different.
What's your opinions are? We should meet out in the hallway.
Who's presenting it?
I didn't see it. I didn't recognize this is my so we can put that in Christina. That's right, exactly. The other sign
Is this from her?
Yeah. Those there. Please go around.
You can fill that card out after you've spoken. We're trying to move on here.
Carrie Phillips, Bristol, New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity. The reason I'm motivated to speak is because with all the conversation I've heard today, many of us agree with 95% plus of all these concerns over good counseling for children. As an employer, I had people work with me who had disabilities, and I always accommodated that as an employer and got good successful results with them. Those are my qualifications as I speak. I think the one key issue that's not adequately been addressed is this. Because CEL does implement a broad brush approach, the problem lies in the areas of the fact that the tentacles of CEL are in everything. That opens the door for teachers, counselors, and others to go ahead and indoctrinate children and in values that may be contrary to those of the parent. When it comes to addressing the emotional social needs of students, I think the best approach, and a lot of us feel this way, is to go ahead and have teacher and counselor trainings in these two areas. Disability detection that hinders effective learning so that accommodation can be made through IEPs. And number two, detection of emotional disturbances that would be severe enough to prevent successful learning. This broad brush approach opens the door for opportunities of indoctrinations that usurp the rights of parents. You can go ahead and cite how it is that CEL programs have improved academic learning, but any peer review would go ahead and say, well, wait just a minute here. You're talking about improvement of education among a limited specialized population who are needy. And the needs of that population should not in any way retard effective learning across the board. Specialized counseling after the
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. We are going to close this hearing. Thank you. For the committee, we do have a number of bills and we're falling behind. I believe what we can do here is that there are some folks that came for 1625. They're waiting in the hallway. I'm going to go ahead and open that up and take testimony. But if there are those right here, that's a bill that just makes, a very simple change here in the bill. So we'll hear that one, and then we're going to take a break. But if you want to take your break now, go ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the hearing for 1625. Are you wanting to introduce that, Glenn? Co-sponsor, I guess. Yeah. 1625. Good morning, afternoon. Yeah. No, James. Just open up, say you spoke the bill. Whatever you want to do with it, I don't care. Put it in the file cabinet, man.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up 1625. The It's relative to school health services. Representative Cordelli, would you please introduce the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I would like to introduce House Bill 1625 that makes a simple change related to the certification or licensing of school nurses.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Sean Parr?
Yeah.
He had to leave. James Durgan? Durkin? So he's gone. And we're going to leave the discussion to 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee. For the record, Jim Durkin from ASME Council 93, here to express our support for House Bill 1625, legislation aimed at helping school districts continue to address the problem of filling a high number of vacant school nurse positions in our public schools. We made great progress in addressing this shortage in the previous legislative session through the passage of Senate Bill 215, which reduced the minimum education requirements for a school nurse from a 4-year degree to a 2-year degree. That legislation, which enjoyed strong bipartisan support, was signed into law by Governor Sununu and has helped cities like Manchester attract new applicants to these positions, but a shortage still exists. We believe this bill would build on the progress achieved in the previous session by removing yet another barrier for districts seeking to attract qualified nurses. Quite simply, the bill removes the requirement for school nurses to be certified by the Department of Ed and transfers the responsibility where we and sponsors of this legislation believe it belongs with the State Board of Nursing. Indeed, the Board of Education also agreed, in fact, at the hearing on the aforementioned bill nearly 1 year ago to the day, the chairman of the State Board of Ed stated, and I'm paraphrasing here, but stated that the board would prefer to leave the responsibility of certification to the Board of Nursing. One of our ASME school nurses working in Manchester, Miss Patricia Anglin, has submitted written testimony which talks about this in much greater detail. I have printed copies for the committee, so I won't elaborate any further as she covers this point quite well. I'll just close with one key point, Mr. Chairman. A number of vacancies still exist in our schools, and now perhaps more than ever, we need our schools staffed with qualified nurses. The needs of our children and teens in our high schools are drastically different than the days when I and probably a lot of people on this committee were students. Unfortunately, with the problems of things like childhood obesity alone, kids and teens are dealing with more complex health issues such as diabetes, high blood pressure, or even food allergies. Many are taking medication on a daily basis.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Is that all written testimony that you have? We could put that right into the record and get.
Yes, I've got a couple of copies here for you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is just build on progress, and we appreciate the legislation very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'll do my best to answer questions if the
Yeah,
committee
are there
has
any
any.
questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thanks for taking my question. I missed, do you represent a school district, and does that school district have nurses that are certified through the State Department of Education?
Yes, ma'am. We've got about 4,000 members here in New Hampshire, but one of our biggest locals is in Manchester, where there's, right now, I think there's 26 positions in Manchester. They were able to fill, with that legislation I mentioned earlier, they were able to fill 3 of them last year, but those were for retiring nurses. So we're essentially just treading water there. There's currently 9 vacant positions in Manchester. Those are staffed by a revolving pool of contract nurses from an agency, which is quite expensive. And also, you have the problem where they don't know the kids. They don't get a chance to know the kids like people who are permanently stationed in the school, know their individual needs, their medical needs, things like that.
So just to qualify, you're a union?
Yes, ma'am.
Which union do you represent?
American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What purpose does the certification by the department, what does the Department of Education ask of a nurse that wouldn't have been asked by a nursing organization?
It's a very good question. I'm not quite sure. I do know that like any kind of process, it is cumbersome. They go through a background check, just like they a lot of the same things that are done by the Board of Nursing to certify. Where we think this would be particularly helpful is right now you've got this shortage of nursing, so a lot of school districts are kind of stealing from each other, for lack of a better term, because you've got to have that Department of Ed certification in order to go into a school district. What this would do would be to allow districts to hire people directly from the private sector. They could start right away and not have to begin the certification process through the Department
Any
of Ed.
further
Thank you for the
questions from the
question.
committee? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pam DiNapoli from the New Hampshire Nurses Association.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, committee. My name is Pam DiNapoli. I'm a school nurse, and I teach in the School of Nursing Master's Program at Elms College, and I live in Manchester. The New Hampshire Nurses Association supports our affiliate, the New Hampshire School Nurses Association, in opposing HB 1625 relevant to school nurse certification. I did just want to clarify that there's a difference between certification and licensure. So currently the nurses are licensed by the Board of Nursing and certified by the Department of Education. As nurses, we're disappointed at the attempt to further discredit school nurses. The purpose of certification is to improve the nurse's ability to provide the best patient care to our school-aged children and to demonstrate the commitment they have to the specialty nursing practice. School nurses are often the only health professional in the school and practice autonomously in that role. As you are aware, children in our schools have increasingly complex medical needs and mental health issues, requiring the nurse to assess, diagnose, and treat as many as 55 children in a single day. In my own journey to be a school nurse, I've had to often substantiate why I want to be a school nurse based on my education. And I think that what the certification process does is allow our employers to know that they have quality nurses in their schools. It's one of the most challenging things I've ever done in my career to be a school nurse. Many of my students, I taught at UNH for 20 years. I had all of my students rotate through school nurses, and they would all come back and say to me, I've never had such a respect for the quality and the skill of a school nurse. So I think that it's really important to understand what certification demonstrates, and that's the ability for nurses to provide excellent and experienced clinical care.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I understand what you're saying about nurses, being certified, and it's important to be educated in how to care for children in the school. But is there a separate professional certification that a nurse could?
There's a national certification. So this is actually a state certification. So many of I work in Manchester. Many of our Manchester nurses are actually nationally school certified. So that's a really arduous process. And it would be the most respected certification for our profession. But it's at this time, a lot of people find it really a barrier. So this school nurse certification that we're talking about was the DOE. You have to have years of experience, and you have to have a certain amount of continuing education specific to working in a school environment. So that's why it's really valuable to New Hampshire.
Representative Tanner and then Representative Myler.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I believe before we actually had a school nurse specialist at the Department of Education.
Yeah.
Do you know if that position has ever been filled?
It's never been filled.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. This is not a new issue for this committee.
No.
So we've got a lot of new people on this committee. Could you please specifically talk about the difference of licensure versus certification? And what would be the impact of if this particular piece of legislation were to become law?
Right. So a nurse would graduate from nursing school, an accredited nursing school. So they would either receive their associate degree or their bachelor's degree. Then we take what's called the NCLEX exam, which is it's the national exam, and you become a registered nurse. So what this committee did last year was to say what the certification requirement used to be, you had to have a BSN to be a school nurse and then be certified. What this committee did last year was to say you could start as an associate degree nurse, which is a 2-year degree, but had to be working towards your bachelor's degree, towards certification within 6 years. So that's the licensure. So anybody who calls themselves a registered nurse has a license through the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. In this bill, the certification for a school nurse is continuing education specific to school nursing and working towards your bachelor's degree. So you have to have what this body did last year was to say that within 6 years you have to have your bachelor's degree. So you essentially have 6 years to work towards certification.
And this bill would disallow that then?
Right. So what this bill, so the confusion, I think, is to say, well, it's already in the Board of Nursing, which it's not. The Board of Nursing licenses all nursing. They certify some. They certify nurse educators. They certify advanced registered nurse practitioners. They certify nurse anesthetists. This bill, this certification is through the Department of Education. And specifically because school nurses work in schools, and they have to have a certain amount of education around working in a school, like what is a 504 plan, what is an IEP. So that's sort of specialty education that you have to be successful in your role.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the committee? Thank you. I'd like to invite Nancy Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and committee members. It's nice to be here. My name is Nancy Wells. I am the liaison for the New Hampshire School Nurses Association, and I am the former school nurse coordinator with the Department of Education. That position is not filled at the moment. I'm here to object to House Bill 1625, and I remain committed to the necessity and the integrity of this school nurse certification that we have. Just to give you a quick picture of why we came up with certification, the Department of Education previously had required certification of school nurses with our RSA 229 since 2016. We've met several times and we've added extra time for people to get the necessary education or training to make it so that they would meet the qualifications for certification as a quality and professional school nurse. In the past, school administrators and the educators and parents had made complaints to the DOE about issues regarding school nurses not following school protocols, not buying into the school framework, and certainly not providing basic nursing care. That was very upsetting to a lot of us. The former Commissioner of Education met with myself and several of the New Hampshire school nurse leaders, and we identified the need for more education and training for a nurse to function in the specialty practice of nursing, school nursing. We work with the Department of Ed and the surrounding states who also require state certification, as well as the National Association of School Nurses, to identify those specific areas needed for practice. And that became the basis of what we require for certification. I don't have to tell you how complicated our practice is right now with certainly students with anaphylaxis, with asthma, with seizure disorders, those students who are homeless, students who don't speak English as their primary language, as well as the multiple physical conditions that now come to school that we take care of within the school setting.
We have gone beyond your two minutes.
Can I just do one second?
Quickly.
Okay, it's a school nurse who bridges the two worlds of healthcare and education. The nurse must be able to speak the language of education as well as integrate the student's health needs into the education milieu. And certification provides the guarantee that every professional working in the school has the ability to provide quality professional services. And that's what our school nurse certification does.
Thank you very much. Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and taking my question. Would you know if a district is using contract nurses because they have not yet been able to fill all their positions? Are those contract nurses certified through Department of Ed?
I don't think so. But I will tell you that there's, across the state, there's one open position in school nursing right now.
That's different information than we heard a few minutes ago.
I know.
Further question, Representative Mylan?
Thank you for being here. Could you clarify? I mean, isn't a nurse a nurse? I mean, what is the certification needed to be a school nurse rather than a regular nurse?
I think when we talk about school nursing, a school nurse must be able to work as an interdisciplinary team. We need to know what the school psychologists do, what the social workers do, what the teachers do. We need to make sure that we can understand what the goals of being in school are. That's different than what I would do as a nurse for my patient in the hospital, because there I can control what is happening with them, what kind of medications I can give them. But in a school, we really have to answer to the Board of Pharmacy, to the American Medical Association, the New Hampshire Medical Society. We have to do what the education goals are. So it's really a lot more pulling together, a lot more resources to make sure that that student can come to school and be safe and participate in the school world.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I'm just a little bit confused because we just had somebody from the ASMA labor union who said that in Manchester, they were having a great deal of difficulty getting nurses for the schools. And yet you said that there's only one open position. Could you clarify how that meshes together?
I can't answer for Manchester. I do know that there's a nurse in every school in Manchester, and they fill them with agency nurses. I don't have the answer as to why Manchester is not fulfilling them with school nurses, regular school nurses that are certified. I don't have an answer for that.
We did have that information provided to us when this round went around previously in another year. Representative Petronillo?
Thank you. So just to clarify, the Board of Education has a position to certify school nurses, and was that you?
I was school nurse coordinator. I did more than just provide information for certification. I was a person who sort of integrated all of those laws that come together. I went around and answered parents' questions and helped nurses with their particular challenges in their practice.
Yeah, follow up.
So you weren't actually certifying the school nurses? This is
The Department of Education has a certification program.
It's a different department than
Yes.
what she was doing.
Yes. Okay.
Certification is over here and she was
Thank
over
you.
there.
That's what I was trying to clarify. Thank you. Yeah.
No.
Talking about Steve Appleby.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. The last card we have is Linda Compton. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you, Chair, Representative Ladd. Okay, my name is Linda Compton, and I'm a lifelong resident of New Hampshire, and I have been a registered nurse for over 43 years, and the last 30 years have been in the educational setting. I got my associate degree, and then I went on to get my bachelor's degree, and they were both in New Hampshire. I went to the NHTI and I went to the university. And then I went on to get my master's in community health administration and wellness promotion. I just retired in June of 2023. However, I still provide continuing education to school nurses in New Hampshire, along with I am continuing to serve, and I've been on for quite a while, on the New Hampshire Board of Nursing Practice and Education Committee. I have also been a past board member of the Board of Nursing. There are many school nurses that have fulfilled the BSN requirement for certification and others that are currently working towards their bachelor's. There are different levels of the New Hampshire Department of Ed certification, School Nurse 1, 2, and 3, based on what their education is coming into the profession of school nursing. I have had a chance to talk to some of the school nurses that have gone on from their ADN to get their bachelor's since the certification has been in place. And they said now they see the why school nurses need to have the bachelor's in the certification. And I feel sometimes you don't know what you don't know. You don't see the blind spots until you're actually been involved with the process. The critical thinking, decision-making, informatics, data analysis, research analysis, and knowledge gained on community health and research principles were some of the professional growths that occurred during this process. And they say that they felt that it has enhanced their nursing profession to the students in the school in New Hampshire. School nursing is a unique nursing specialty. School nurses are community and public health professionals who provide services in the educational setting. The laws and rules by the Department of Education are very much part of what the school nurses need to abide by, along with nursing laws, rules, pharmacy laws, DHH laws, other laws, but they are part of the educational setting.
Your time is up.
Oh, can I just say one more closing thing?
Yeah, go one more thing.
Okay.
If that's written also, we'll take that written test.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's, you can have the written testimony. I'm just going to say that I am, opposed to the 1625 bill, and I think the certification still needs to stand for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Two straightforward questions. Thank you for being here. Can you tell us what the cost of certification is? And could you also give us any information about whether other states have a similar certification requirement?
It is, I do believe, still at $75 for the 3-year certification. And there are other states, I mean, I don't have off the top of my head, but I know, like, say in Rhode Island, they are school nurse teachers they do this whole teacher certification along with being the registered nurse. And Massachusetts has, last I knew, they were at the master's level for school. I mean, school nursing is very independent, very much you have to be able to be a leader in the field of nursing to really be things that need to happen within today's healthcare and school, the educational setting.
Thank you very much. Reminder to the committee here that when we certify through the department, we're also having to work through the Department of Safety. There is a fee for certification, which the department charges. And then on top of that, you have safety as well. So it is over $100 total. Comes out closer, we found a little around 140 some odd dollars the other day with another category. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
And with that, I'm going to close this hearing, and the committee is going to take a break. And we're going to have our lunch. And we're going to do everything else we got to do. No, we're not acting on anything today. And we don't have enough here. Yeah, Arlene's gone.
Yeah.
We'll be coming back here in another 35 minutes at about, or in between the 9 and the 10. As my kid would say.
Arlene won't be here tomorrow at lunch either.
Yeah.
Okay. Glenn, I need a card from you.
From me?
Yes.
You're right. It is Bill, right?
Yep.
Back in session here, the Education Committee, we're going to be moving forward here with HB 1298. This is a bill relative to the definition of part-time teachers, and I recognize Representative Cordelli to present the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I'm pleased to present House Bill 1298. We have discussed, we've seen articles all year on the teacher shortages in many areas, special education, some specialties in terms of speech and reading. And this is another attempt to try and help with that shortage. And we termed it part-time teachers, and that they would be working less than 30 hours per week. They would have some kind of expertise or professional experience in the subject area that they are assigned to teach in. They would go through the normal records, criminal records, background checks, and they would also be overseen, mentored by a supervising teacher, if you will, to evaluate them. We do indicate also that if they have had their credential revoked, that they would not be eligible for such a position. But I think that this is one small step we can take with the teacher shortage. How long that teacher shortage will last and in what subject areas we don't know. But I think that this will help in the short term, certainly, with that shortage. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Cordelli? Thank you very much. Next person is Deborah Howes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd, members of the House Education Committee. I'm here on behalf of the members of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire, to speak in opposition to HB 1298. I do appreciate the attempt to find a creative solution to the teacher shortage we have in this state and many places in the country, but I want to say that this is not the way to go about it. It would not be in the best interest of our public school students, and it would already overburdened full-time staff. Teaching is not just a matter of knowing your content area, so limiting this to just individuals who have specialized knowledge coming in from another field does not solve the concern we have with it. To be a teacher, you need not only knowledge of a content area, you need to know about learners and how they learn. You need to know about child development or adolescent development. You need classroom management skills. Being a credentialed teacher means that you've had at least an exposure or had a chance to develop an understanding of all that in your college preparatory course when you became a teacher and in your student teaching and practicums. And as you are a teacher, when you go to recertify, you have to show that you're doing ongoing professional development to keep up with new developments in the field. Let's see. Just because you are very good at a particular field, say coding in computers, does not mean that you know how to manage a classroom full of students. And it also does not mean that you have the correct temperament not to get drawn into a battle of wills with a 7th grader who doesn't want to listen and doesn't want to do the work. It could be a really bad setup for the students and end up in a bad outcome. The idea that full-time teaching staff will just mentor part-time uncertified employees who get hired as teachers is a bad idea. There's nothing in here that explains how that's going to work. You're adding more work to people who are already so overworked that many of them are considering whether they want to stay in teaching. So please don't put more on their plates. It'll be bad for the students because the teachers are already so overburdened that they're having a hard time doing everything they need to do in our under-resourced public schools to meet their current students' needs, never mind supervising another uncertified employee without the support you would get from a teacher prep program if it were a normal student teaching experience. And by the way, putting a full-time teacher in a supervisory position over an uncertified staff that you've hired as teacher is probably in violation of all of our collective bargaining agreements around the state. So for those reasons, we are opposing HB 1298, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Megan Tuttle?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the House Education Committee. For the record, I'm Megan Tuttle, President for NEA New Hampshire, representing about 17,000 educators across the state. Just like Deb, we're also here in opposition to House Bill 1298 relative to the definition of part-time teachers. There's other avenues that we can use to help ensure there's adequate quality educator personnel who are certified. If you look back at the Educator Shortage Committee report that came out at the end of the summer this fall, nowhere in there did it mention this approach of having a part-time teacher. The way the bill is written makes it seem like because a teacher doesn't engage in full-time teaching activities, they don't need the appropriate credentials to engage in teaching. The question isn't really the amount of time in which a person engages in teaching activities, but rather a question of wanting to ensure that the person who works in the capacity of a teacher has the knowledge and skills to do so effectively. Licensing by the state is one of the ways that citizens can be assured that the person does have that requisite knowledge and skill. Applying the bill's logic to other professions just really shows the fallacy of the bill's logic. For example, if a surgeon performs surgery on a part-time basis, should that surgeon be licensed? If a psychiatrist only sees patients on a part-time basis, should that psychiatrist have a license to practice? Putting people into teaching positions without the requisite knowledge and skills will not end up helping students, and these people are more likely to leave the job and the profession sooner. This has been shown in studies, was testified to in the Teacher Shortage Committee by superintendents as well. We already have a one-year certificate of eligibility that is available to local school districts should they need it, in which the legislature just recently added a one-year extension to in the 2023 session. We also have alternative certification pathways, so this bill to us seems really unnecessary. Paragraph 3 of the bill states the local school shall appoint a supervising teacher to oversee and participate in the evaluation of each part-time teacher's work and effectiveness. What are the qualifications of that supervising teacher? Can they be another part-time teacher? Will they be compensated with shortages? Do they even have time, or do we have people willing to do this? What is involved in the overseeing and the evaluation? And again, as Deb had mentioned, there are employment provisions covered under CBAs. One last thing for the code of conduct. We're wondering how the code of conduct would be enforced on a part-time teacher. Is the department suggesting that they take action on someone that doesn't have a certification? And how would the department do what is claimed is necessary before this committee numerous times? Prevent someone who violates the code at one school from being hired at another, because under this, that person is not required to hold a license that the state board can suspend or revoke. So instead of the approach this bill takes, we need to be focusing on helping school districts raise pay, invest in teacher recruitment and training, improving working conditions for school staff, and that can increase the numbers and diversity of fully prepared teachers and paraprofessionals, as well as working with pre-service educator programs and programs like Educators Rising in the high schools.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Megan? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll get written testimony submitted.
Thank you. Yep, you said you would submit that. Yep. Becky Wilson?
Good afternoon, members of the House Ed Committee. For the record, Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. We certainly appreciate the intent of trying to work towards solutions to fill positions that are of critical need in the state. However, we are opposed to this bill. We have a resolution which focuses on supporting legislation that intends to streamline recruiting, credentialing, and hiring, but of certified staff, not of uncertified staff. As you've heard by several people prior to me, there are opportunities and pathways for people to take if they would like to become a certified teacher or an educator in the state. We share the concerns about what happens if somebody violates the code of conduct. While we appreciate that this bill tries to wrap these part-time teachers under that umbrella, I'm not sure what is being suspended or taken away if the only thing that currently can be suspended or taken away is your license and you're not required to be licensed. I also wanted to point out in terms of some of the critical shortage areas, special ed, for example, regardless of whether or not the state wants those people to be certified, the federal IDEA requires them to be certified and licensed in certain areas in order to provide the services in students' IEPs. So this wouldn't really address that concern. 30 hours is a significant amount of time. If you have a person that works bell to bell, for example, and the school day is 8:30 to 3, that's 35 hours. So 30 hours a week is a significant amount of time in a student's school day that you could be working with somebody who has not had any teacher prep programming. And teacher prep programming really certainly focuses on all of these safety concerns that we've talked about, but also just the pedagogy concerns. Some of the bills that have come from this committee most recently around very specific instructional strategies, ways to deal with interventions, concerns of students who potentially aren't meeting concerning benchmarks, et cetera. A person who is not certified or has no intention of going through a teacher prep program would have necessarily no exposure to those things. So that's why we would oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the School Boards Association? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Steve Appleby from the department.
Good afternoon, Chair and Representatives. Thank you. Steve Appleby from the Department of Education. Just want to provide a couple of technical items. The first one is RSA 189:39-B is the one-year certificate of eligibility that was expanded to 2 years last year here in the House and the Senate both. That allows an individual to take the role as an educator without having a license. They're still subject to a criminal history record check and the issuance of a criminal history record check clearance by the department, and that can be revoked. This bill mentions background check again, or criminal history record check. A clearance would be issued, similar to what we're doing now for lots of different categories, such as student teachers, bus drivers, beginning educators, their first license. We run that check, issue a clearance. We do have the ability to revoke that in our administrative rules. So that would be, I believe, the thinking from a misconduct standpoint is we revoke the clearance, which then means they can't work. So, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. Are there, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Could you review for the committee the alternative certification process that one would go through?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. So currently we have what's called site-based licensing, and that is very similar to an on-the-job type of system whereby a district hires an individual who has a degree and a certain number of credits in the content area that they'll be teaching, and that person is put on a development plan and can spend up to 3 years. They work under a mentoring teacher, so there are teacher mentors all over the state, and that individual works towards licensure over 3 years working full-time in a school. And while they're doing that, they're also meeting the pieces of their plan. So their plan may have some elements that are coursework related. It may have some experience requirements, project requirements, that type of thing. Whatever the mentor and the principal or superintendent deem appropriate, that will meet the licensure standard. We currently have about 1,500 or so individuals statewide on a site-based plan. So, but that is typically a 3-year process.
follow-up, please?
Go ahead.
So, as a follow-up, with this proposal, an individual would not have to go through that alternative certification pathway, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. It's a very specific question that I'm asking. It has to do with those people who teach what might be called subspecialties in technical fields. Welding, for example. If you needed someone to teach Healy arc welding rather than just simple welding, you might have to go find someone who knew how to do Healy arc welding. They would have been trained in a trade school, but you need them to teach in the high school. What does this process provide for you by the way of an alternative to get to someone who has a background in teaching people of the same age group even, but now they're teaching in a different setting? Does this enable you to do that? Does it make it at least possible to recruit such a person and then have them take online or on their own at night or whenever the courses to become certified at the secondary level?
Thank you for the question. If I'm understanding correctly, what you're asking is if someone who has this life experience from a career potentially, this would allow them, if I'm understanding correctly, this would allow, let's say it's a non-CTE high school, but they wanted to add a welding class, they could bring an individual with welding experience in part-time without a license to teach that class.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? I got a follow-up question for you. There's two of them. So if I'm looking for a Spanish teacher as a high school principal, and there's no Spanish teacher out there, but if I have a science teacher who has a fluent understanding of Spanish that is licensed to teach science, can that person also teach Spanish if he teaches in his area he's certified in more than 50% of the time?
Thank you for the question. So we have an administrative rule we call the minor assignment rule, and that is in the ED 300s, and that allows for a licensed individual to teach outside their area of licensure up to 49.9% of their workload. So they could be, and in fact, we see this frequently used around the state, where an individual is licensed in one area and they teach 4 classes in that area and they teach 1 class outside of their licensed area.
The second question I have, when I got my principal ticket over in Maine on my master's program, it came out as a supervising principal. That's what it was back in those days. That's what they called it. In this state, do you know, through your working in the area of certification, can another teacher evaluate another teacher, or does it have to be somebody with that supervising responsibility that's part of their endorsement?
Thank you. I don't know the specific answer to that question. That seems like more of an employment question, but what I can tell you is we have over 1,500 individuals on site-based plans who do have a mentoring experienced educator overseeing their plan and their progress through the plan currently.
That's overseeing, but it's not evaluating there whether they're going to go on for the next step.
I think there's some gray there.
Yeah. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more pink cards in this one. So we're going to close this hearing. Get a little bit closer. We'll do 1458. That's relative to authorizing parents to remove children from the English Language Learner Program. And I see Representative Leon here. And we have a card. Great. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. I bring this bill forward today because of my friend and her son. He is a very capable, very intelligent young man who was the top of his class in both reading and writing. His mom, who is an amazing, strong, powerful business owning woman who is not a native English speaker, had messed up filling out the forms. And when it said, "What is your child's native language?" she wrote her native language, Spanish, on it. It went for a few years, and as her son was testing, he got to be very uncomfortable in the testing that's used. It's where you go into a computer lab with other kids with headphones and microphones on, and you need to speak and give your answers in English, speaking into an empty room with uncomfortable headphones into a microphone. I know I've been uncomfortable in that situation, and I'm not surprised to hear that children are also uncomfortable in that situation. He wouldn't speak because he was uncomfortable. So year after year, he failed the English proficiency test on the computer because he didn't want to speak. Yet he was the top performing student in both reading and writing in his class. His mom went to the school board and worked with them, and because it had been so much time since he had initially filled out that form, you couldn't just go through the normal process that she identified when she enrolled his younger sister in. And the younger sister was immediately pulled back out of the ELL program and was going through the normal process because the daughter, just like the son, were native English speakers in a bilingual household. He's now moved on to junior high, and she thought he'd be out of ELL and this would be unnecessary, but he's still in the ELL program. He hasn't received services at all. And I would bet you that he's not alone. I think that it's very critical that for our students who need assistance getting up to speed with English language learning, that they have all the resources that they need. But I think that having some students that are sort of trapped in this program who don't actually need the services does a disservice for that child, and more importantly, for those who actually need this instruction. We need to make sure that every child who needs instruction to get up to speed and up to grade level in English gets that assistance. And that's why this is sort of a two-part bill. The first says that if a student is performing at grade level in reading and writing, then they'll be out if the parent requests it or if they have not been provided the ELL services. I think the larger issue would be if there are students that really, really need this help and have gone for years without having ELL services. I recognize that we have teaching shortages, and that's why I would retain the ability for the school district to appeal that these students would be automatically removed for not receiving 2 years of ELL service. And I would assume that the state board would automatically grant that if they've been trying to find people to teach these students. But if we start finding that multiple districts are having this problem, then we may find that there's a crisis under our nose with our ELL program. You know, integrating students into our community and making sure that they have the skills to succeed is critical. And starting off, especially with young students, making sure that they are learning in English and that they have received the skills that they need in order to do so as soon as possible is critical. You know, we see what 2 years of being out of the classroom has done to kids. What about 2 years of sitting and not really understanding what's happening because you need somebody to help you key on to understand English when you're in the classroom? You know, we need to make sure that both those students at grade level can get out if their parents want them to, and that we're providing the needed services for those students who need them. So I think that hopefully there'll be very little impact from this bill, but I think that it's important to both give that option for parents to remove their high-performing students from the program and to sort of send up a flag and a signal if we have a lot of students who are not being given that instruction, which we as a state owe to them. So with that, I'd be happy to
Thank you take very
any
much.
questions.
Just for everybody here, we do have the department here to answer specific questions regarding this program, whether it be the statute or how it's being administered. So that's available. Questions of the representative, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, thank you for taking my question. So I am a certified ESOL teacher and still provide assessments with WIDA and school districts that can't find somebody. For a student to be removed from a program, there is a process in the LAU plan, both the state plan and the district plan, if they have one, that specifies how a parent can go about having their child removed from the services. Now, federal law requires that you test every student that doesn't have a composite score of 4.5. However, if the student is doing really well academically, testing, I get it, sometimes kids freeze up, but there should be an incentive for that child to go through that testing process. It's pretty interactive and visual, cartoony, that if they're doing well in reading and writing in the regular classroom through RTI or whatever program they have, they should reach that composite score. But in terms of reclassification, a parent has the right to decline the services, and then that happens and the form goes in the student's file. So I'm not sure what this would do different from what a LAU plan says you can do.
Well, thank you for that question. This mom spent 3 years trying to get her son out of the program, and she was told that the only process that she could have would be to appeal to the State Board of Education, but she was unable to get a time to go to the State Board of Education, and the process kept getting dropped. It seems that this process is overly complex, and it seems that there may be some challenges. And I appreciate how much training goes into being an ESOL teacher. My mom actually retired recently from teaching in California, where she was in the only grade level English only class, because even as the English only teacher, she needed to be trained in ESOL because it was such a migrant community. So it is challenging, and it's good to know that there are some safeguards, but even in some of our largest districts with the highest number of ESOL students, that's either not known or not being followed through on. So I see a need.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. Having been in the Manchester School District for 36 years, I can agree with Rep. Cascadden that there are so many students of need of services that they do not keep anybody in the program that doesn't need to be there, because there's just so many people in the program. And it isn't really but would you believe that when a parent wanted their child out of that program, it happened very quickly, and it was a pretty easy thing to do. And there was regular testing, and if anybody tested out, they were taken out. They might have been taken out and watched for a certain amount of time to make sure that they were doing okay, but nobody was ever kept in against their will.
Thank you. Would it be possible, I know that this bill we don't need to act on until the middle of March. Would it be possible for you and me and the parent to work with the Manchester School District, because that's where her son is enrolled, to understand what's going on and what the disconnect is? Because there's clearly a disconnect. We are part of the people who can do something about it. And if we can identify a problem, I'd love to work with you on either figuring out at the district level or at the state level what to do. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lucas.
I guess this will have to be a would you believe. Yet another parent, which I almost thought that's who she was talking about, but the language was Hungarian. And the question was what language was spoken at home? Well, it was Hungarian. Didn't mean they didn't speak English. Son was put in Hungarian and the mom could not. Over 2 years have gone by. His English was fine. His dad speaks English, and yet he could not. She had the hardest time trying to get him out of that program. So it wasn't Manchester, but it does happen, and it's not just
Okay, we need a
one.
question.
So would you believe that it's not just one?
I believe that maybe we need to look at more than just Manchester, but let's start there and figure out where the disconnect is, and then see if that's something that needs to be dealt with across the state.
Any further questions from Representative Leon? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Melissa White Aubrey Friedman first.
Mr. Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill, and I'm happy to support this one rather than the one this morning that I spoke in favor of. It's one thing to take away services or not offer them, but actually this is a circumstance where the parent says, I don't want the services. So it should, in my mind, this should be, why make it hard for them? I mean, the parent knows their child better than anybody else, and generally parents want more services, not less. So if they say, I don't need this anymore, why make it hard? Let's make it easy. Let the kid out. On the fiscal note, it's talking about state funding. Please, for once, let's keep politics out of this. Let's just honor individuality. If the kid doesn't need it, let's make it easy. And this bill seems to do it. And then again, it does have this clause about the school district is able to appeal if there is some kind of unusual reason that they feel that the kid should still be left in the program. So that could maybe cover some unusual circumstance. So that's why I support the bill. I say, let the kid out if the parent says they don't need it, and let somebody else in. You're actually taking a spot. So that's why I support the bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa White?
Good afternoon, Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support at the Department of Education. I just am available to answer questions. I think the information that was provided kind of summed it up, but I can provide a little bit more clarification with regards to, I just want to make a distinction between services and identification. So a student that is identified as an English language learner and then providing services are kind of two separate things. Parents can say they do not want services. They do not want their child to be provided with any type of language supports. So they can say they do not want those services. So just wanted to clarify that that's a little bit different than saying identification-wise. You can't opt out of an identification. If you're identified as an English language learner, you meet all of the criteria. One of the things that is part of that identification process is that home language survey. The home language survey, there is one question about, what language is spoken in the home, but there are multiple other questions that go on with the home language survey that are pretty detailed. So it's not just the one question and the student's automatically identified as an English language learner. There's multiple pieces to that in addition to an English language learner screener that's provided before they're ever identified. So there's a pretty involved process. It's just not check a box and you're automatically identified. So I want to clarify that piece of it. The other part with regards to students who have not received the ELL services in the preceding 2 years shall be automatically removed from the program. That could potentially create some issues for the state, as that would go against some of the requirements that are in ESSA and could potentially impact federal funding. So I just want to be clear that if a student is identified and they're not receiving those services, that is okay. But for us to remove them from identification, we're not allowed to do that piece of it. So just want to clarify, they have to actually have, as Representative Cascad had mentioned, they have to have some of those qualifying factors for being taken out of that identification process. If a student is proficient in reading and writing, and that is shown on any type of assessments, whether they be the progress monitoring that's happening within the school district or the statewide assessment, then they would automatically be exited from identification and services and then kind of put on a monitoring watch, but they wouldn't be required to continue to take the assessment. So if the students did come out proficient on that assessment, then they wouldn't be technically required to take that test. So that's a piece we can work through with parents. And in particular, if there's any issues or concerns that come up, we can always, at the department, help to kind of process those with those families.
Thank you very much. Melissa, I do have a question for you. I've heard the word monitoring several times today. And in special ed, that became quite an issue years back where kids were put on monitor for umpteen years thereafter and collecting the money from the state for absolutely no contact from the therapist or whomever it may be. That was a common practice. While a student is put on monitoring, do they receive, are they still identified as a person that is receiving English language learner support? And if so, are they receiving funding through adequacy for it?
No, adequacy, I do not believe. I would like to double check that with our team, but I'm pretty sure that once the student is exited from services, we keep a monitoring status. So that's if within, let's say, the next 2 or 3, 4 years, that student ends up not doing well and their teachers and their team decide maybe they could benefit from some supports, then we can look at re-identifying them and putting them back into ELL services, but that wouldn't be decided without, the student's educational team and the family being involved with that process. So it's really looking at their how well they're doing in school. That's what the monitoring is for. Different from special education.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. A couple of two clarifying questions, please. When you heard Representative Leon's report on the particular individual that's an acquaintance of theirs, first question, what is the incident rate that you heard of this kind of a problem where a parent wants to have their child removed? That's question one. Question two is there a universal process for the removal of a child from an ELL program, or is that left up to the policies of the local school district? Thank you for your answer.
Thank you for the question. So with regards to accepting services, so if a student is identified and they've gone through the identification and the screening process, the services are offered, but the parents can at that time opt to not take the service. They can say, I don't want my child to be serviced in that. So that's a part of that process and developing the individualized language learning plan with that student. So usually the district is involved, the school is involved with making that determination of those services with the family. And then families at that time usually can say they do not want those services. I couldn't put a number on it because I don't track the calls that we get in, but if we get concerns coming in from time to time, not frequently, we'll just help to kind of negotiate or to mediate that with the district and with the family so that they are aware of all of the avenues that are available to them. But it's usually something we're able to work with the districts on and work with the families on.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee, Representative Lekis?
Thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to make sure I understand this. In the beginning, they fill out this questionnaire. They could be identified, but the parents may say, he doesn't need this, we won't want to do the services. And in fact, the child could be doing perfectly fine in school. But you said they still have to be identified.
Correct.
So the question is, does the state, as far as the bump that you get for ELL, do they get that if you're identified or only if you're providing services?
So I'm looking more at the component for Title III and the identification for the ESEA title program. So Title III is a federal fund that we receive to support students. Of course, Manchester and Nashua receive the largest allocations of Title III funding. In addition to, there's some reporting components for Title IA and supporting those students in acquiring English proficiency. So I'm coming at it from that lens. I would like to look a little bit more closely on the state adequacy side because it's my understanding, but I want to make sure and not speak incorrectly. But I'm coming in testifying on that lens, so kind of that federal funding lens.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
So Melissa, I would like to pursue the adequacy side of this issue. I see Caitlin back there. Caitlin, do you have any kind of, you're Miss Adequacy, right? Okay, Dr. Green will take you. Stuff always goes downhill, doesn't it?
Good afternoon.
So the question is, if they're identified as Representative Lekis just mentioned, but they choose not to take that program, are we then using adequacy dollars to support that person being identified as a ELL student?
So in this case, when we're talking about state adequacy funding, the initial identification comes from administering the screener. And the screener is what tells the school district whether or not that student needs services. So the parent can opt out of those services, but the screener still says that the student was identified as an ELL learner. So as an active ELL learner, that school would receive the adequacy funding tied to an EL student, that apportionment.
Representative Lekes.
So once the parent comes in and says, take them out of this, does that adequacy money go away, or does it follow them for the rest of their schooling, or how does that work?
So each year thereafter, even if the student isn't receiving services, they'll still take a test each year to determine what level of English proficiency they have. So the parents are just opting out of the services provided by the program. It may be that in a year or 2 years or 3 years, that student is testing proficient in English, and at that point they wouldn't be identified as an EL learner anymore, and the district would not continue to receive that state adequacy money. But there is a testing component that still occurs each year.
Thank you.
Are there further questions of the department? Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have no more pink cards on this one, so we're going to close this hearing and go on to 1496. Let's see, who's the representative presenting that bill? I know it. Representative Hole, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, and Representative Hole serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom. I'm here in support of House Bill 1496. It's a very simple bill. It only adds one sentence to our statute, or 2 sentences. And this is relative to what does the state's obligation have to protect the students in the care during the hours that they're at school. There's been an ongoing issue that goes back even to the mid-90s. There is a case, and I will send the members of this committee a copy of this case, Markway versus Eno from 1995. Back then, several young girls were abused by various employees within the department or within the school system, and the parents couldn't find relief. And they couldn't find relief, and they ultimately took it up through the federal courts, and the federal courts asked the New Hampshire Supreme Court what was their opinion of various statutes, and is there any obligation or duty to protect the children while the children are in the care of the school. And unfortunately, it's not real clear. The bottom line is, even with this case and several others that have been built on this case, it's not real clear what is the duty for the school system to make sure the children are safe. And I do believe that there is an obligation. I believe every parent in the state believes there's an obligation, but unfortunately, it's not in our statutes. I'm not sure if this is the proper language. I would reach out maybe to the DOE to make sure that they have legal counsel, or maybe there's somebody else who can weigh in from the AG's office if this is in fact the best way to do this language. It was the best we could draft during the OLS drafting period, in terms of using terms like reasonable care to protect the child during the school hours. And that goes back to the one Supreme Court case that I'm going to mention to you. There may be a better way to do this. The reason this bill is here is when parents drop their children off at school, they're gone. They're not there for the day. The school is acting as the parental guardian during those hours the child is in the classroom. And that would be true on a athletic field with a coach, for instance, afterward. But In the case of after-school activities, the parent has made the decision to have the children there. And unfortunately, the case that I'm referencing had to do with, at least one of the 3 children had to do with a coach in an after-school activity. But in the case of the education during the hours that the children are learning, the state has made a requirement that the children be there. We don't have learning requirements in the state of New Hampshire. We have education, we have truancy requirements, we have compulsory attendance requirements. There's a lot of things we could say, but we don't have a requirement today to teach a child. We have a requirement that they show up and be in the classroom. That's what our laws say. It would be great if they learned. That's important. I'm not diminishing the importance of education, but I'm saying our laws are truancy-based laws, and we require students to show up during a certain number of hours. And that is in keeping with Supreme Court decisions about if you're compelling a person to be someplace, then the state takes on a new obligation relative to the protection of that individual. I would ask that you, at a minimum, study this, because this needs some time and attention, because there's clearly a gap in our statutes between what parents expect relative to the protection of their children and what the current statutes say, and or other decisions that have happened both at the New Hampshire Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court relative to what is the duty to protect the children. As I said earlier, this came out of OLS. This was the best place we could think to put this in the statutes. I sat on this committee a decade ago. There may be a better place. I'm open to that. This is kind of at the highest level, and it wasn't real clear within, let's say, 193 or some of the other places where this could go. I haven't touched these statutes at the level you guys do for a decade, but I believe this is at least one place to put it. There might be a better place to put this language relative to when we're potentially in the truancy sections. If we're compelling kids to be in the classroom because it's good and important, then we should be making sure that they're safe in that classroom.
Thank you very much.
And with that, I'll end my testimony.
Representative Lekes?
I do have a question with the wording. If we go with this wording, does that give the state, as acting in loco parentis, the ability to give medicines, vaccines, etc., during the time that the child is in school?
That's a great question. And for the record, loco parentis should be in italics, I think. It is a good question. I don't have an answer for that. That would be, I would run that by the DOE in terms of if this is considered fully acting, have we transferred that much authority to the classroom? These are the questions that need to be vetted on this. It's a great question.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Barrett, School Boards Association. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association. We're not taking a position on this bill. I just wanted to come and comment a couple of things. I want to thank Representative Hull for the bill in general, and also recognizing that that the bill may need some work and the language may not be specific, because those were a couple of the things that jumped out to NHSBA when we were reviewing the bill. The first thing that I might want to just sort of clarify, whereas the bill talks about the state requirements and the state is acting as temporary guardian in loco parentis, the law, the case that Representative Hull mentions, Marquet v. Eno, the court sort of drilled that down a little bit, and it's the school district that is actually acting in loco parentis, and not the state as sort of the larger entity, because the school district is the one that's responsible for overseeing the employees, making sure that the students are being properly supervised, so on and so forth. So that was one aspect of clarification that I wanted to bring to the committee. The other aspects that we just wanted to clarify, and Representative Lekes, your question about sort of vaccines and medicine, we're kind of along the lines of some of the things NHSBA was thinking. I don't know if corporal punishment is still used in schools anymore. It is allowed under New Hampshire law. So RSA 627:6, paragraph 2A does still allow for corporal punishment in school districts. NHSBA will not advocate that occurs, but I just want to put that out there. If we're acting in local parentis, we might have the reasonable justification for taking a wooden spoon to the kid who's acting up. Perhaps more controversial, you mentioned the vaccines, Representative Lakes. I wrote down, what about masking requirements? That was a bit of a contention in school districts maybe 3 years ago. So just some other considerations. There is, I don't want to call it a direct conflict between what I'll just call quote unquote parental rights versus in loco parentis, but as Representative Hull recognized, there's going to have to be some give and take there if we're giving school districts and full and local parentis responsibilities between the hours of 8 and 3 versus what some of the other parental rights would be in terms of curriculum and opting out of courses. And we had some bills this morning that sort of touched on some of those things, didn't we? So anyway, we're not taking a position on the bill. It was more just for NHSBA to provide some level of background and clarification for the committee. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll start out with one question. Is the terminology local parentis in statute now?
It is not. It's a common law phrase in the location of the parents. And I just did a quick search. I don't think that phrase per se or directly is used in the Marquet v. Eno case, but in some of what we called, I think we called them head notes when I was in law school. It says, where is it? Authority of schools. The duty of supervision falls upon those school employees who have supervisory responsibility over students and who have stepped into the role of parental proxy is what the language of the case is using. And it says school employees who share a parental proxy relationship with the student and who learn of facts which would lead a reasonable person to conclude the student is being abused are subject to liability if their supervision is unreasonable and it is a proximate cause of the student's injury. So whereas Representative Hull, to your question though, in loco parentis is not used in statute. And while we don't have any sort of overarching statutes about the school district's responsibility to keep students safe when the student is in the custody of the school, or not the custody, but in the care or the supervision of the school district, we do have the teacher code of conduct as well too, in the administrative rules that there's provisions in there about keeping students safe broadly and generally, but in statute, not directly, no.
As an attorney, could you please help me out with this then? Whenever we went in years ago, because local parentis was in a lot of state statutes elsewhere at one time. Not now. And I was always advised by the people across the street, don't use that, don't put that terminology into statute. Yeah. Why would they say that?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'd like to hear that reasoning myself, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
Admittedly, I haven't done a full research on in loco parentis. I did some quick research over the weekend, but I didn't do like a deep dive into it nationwide or read any legal journals or anything on it. Just some quick preparation for the bill.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much. And that is all we have on that particular bill. So we conclude that one and get on to the next bill, which is 1692.
I'm going to introduce that.
Yeah, we're getting down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, HB 1692 is relative to public high school graduation requirements. Let's stack the next bill. Okay. Representative Cordelli, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. For the record, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ospey in the beautiful Lakes region. And Representative Verville was unable to be here today, so he asked me to introduce this bill for him. And I think this goes along with some other bills that we've had over the past 2 years, trying to look at satisfying high school requirements and minimum competencies. This is really the first time I'm reading the bill, so I think I'll leave it at that.
Are there any questions of Representative Cordelli? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any cards on this bill? Pardon me? Let's see. Oh, that was, okay, that was on top there. Aubrey Friedman. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, Bridgewater. I'm also happy to support this bill. Well, we need to have some kind of minimum requirements to get a high school diploma. And the way it is now, kids are just graduating with really not prepared. And I've got the scores here from my own school district. The high school, ELA 68%, and that's as high as I've seen it in a long time. Math, 32%. 32%. These are 11th graders, unless they really drastically improved in 12th grade. That's the latest ones off the Department of Education website. And science is 44%. So we've got to raise the standards. I think having a minimum, the 25th percentile it's a pretty low bar, but at least it's something. I mean, we're paying a fortune. If you think about it, like $20,000 a year times 13 years is what, I don't know, $250,000 or something like that. There should be something for the taxpayers to show that the students are ready to move on into the adult world. The bill does include a remedial plan, so it's not like suddenly it just, okay, folks, if you don't meet this, you're going to be out of luck. It does offer a remedial plan to get those scores up, and it doesn't seem to limit the number of times the student could take the exam. So presumably you could take it a few times until you could get your diploma. So it doesn't throw them out in the cold. It's got a minimum. And as far as the fiscal note, I'm generally not crazy about additional education costs, but there would be some, and I guess in this case, it might be worth it. And in the long run, I think the estimates are, I think it's like 412,000, then it goes to 300,000 a year, and then 200,000 a year, presumably. I think if the proper incentive to get that high school diploma will make kids work harder, and maybe they won't need to take the test so many extra times. So maybe the cost will be less than anticipated. So I think it's time to have a minimum for a diploma, and that's why I support this bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Friedman? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Becky Wilson from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Do you want to talk?
Thank you for hearing my testimony. For the record, Becky Wilson, New Hampshire School Boards Association. We're opposed to this bill. I won't go line by line. I'll just sort of hit the highlights, I think, of things that we've discussed previously in regards to a one-time assessment qualifying a student to get a diploma. There's some confusion for us with this bill in terms of using the statewide assessment also as the graduation requirement assessment. Right now, the majority of high schools in New Hampshire, public high schools, are using the SAT as their statewide assessment. It's given in 11th grade. This would appear, if you use the bill as written, that the student would take the SAT in 11th grade and somehow use that to graduate, even though they have not been exposed to the curriculum of the 12th grade. And most of The testing is done in October typically of 11th grade to measure 10th grade assessment. So I think there's a little confusion there in terms of how this bill would change our current practice of giving a statewide assessment for high school. It's not given at every grade. This committee's also spent an exorbitant amount of time talking about competency-based education, what that means, what that looks like, how a student can prove competency. I think there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that a one-time multiple choice assessment taken on a computer does not necessarily show that a student is competent in the high school competencies that are quite honestly derived at the local level and are part of getting a local high school diploma from the local district. The local district should be able to decide what their diploma requirements are and not base them on a one-time state test. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the School Boards Association? Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. And also on assessments, parents have the ability to opt out of taking tests.
Thank you for the question. Yes, and this bill does reference that a parent could opt their child out of taking the statewide assessment, which is an option now as well. I'm not sure then what the student would need to do in order to prove their competency to graduate from high school and get a local district diploma.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other cards in this bill? We'll close this bill. We are ahead of schedule.
How did that happen? Can I have this card, please?
Uh-huh.
Can I have Glenn's card?
By 2
Wow.
minutes.
3
Yeah.
minutes? Got 3 minutes to get up and go around? Well done.
Man. Sixteen 1682.
Civics test.
I just got an email from the nurse that's the head of, that coordinates the nurses in Manchester. There's 9 vacancies.
Yeah,
In Manchester.
I thought there were a whole slew. That's what we had told to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 1682. I'm going the wrong way. Who's that back there? Is that Ken?
Lockett's back there.
And who's sitting?
And probably, I think.
Yeah, is he talking? Yeah, he got a beard now.
He's a co-sponsor.
I'm gonna go get a copy. That's the one bill I don't have. You had to go get one too?
Yeah.
She never gave us these bills. I never got one either.
Did you get 1682?
No, I didn't get.
Yeah.
Anybody? How many people don't have 16? You don't have it?
I do.
Yeah.
It was not a big pile, but
Was it really?
yeah.
I probably misfiled it.
Yeah. There were so many of them, that's easy to do. I have some
Okay. I had the fiscal note on it.
Yeah, me too.
But not the bill.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Representative Moffett. Prime sponsor of 1682 relative to the civics test graduation requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is true. And congratulations for running ahead of schedule. That's wonderful to see that when that happens. For the record, I'm Representative Mike Moffett, Merrimack District 4, Canterbury and Loudon. So this measure involves RSA 189:11, paragraph 2, which refers to the required civics competency assessment, which became law last term. Some of you will recall that this graduation requirement mandates all students, high school students, achieve a 70 or better in the 2020 128 question naturalization examination developed by our United States Citizen and Immigration Services. As an aside, after local districts processed and integrated this requirement over the course of the past year, we've received some nice anecdotal feedback that the integration of this into the plan seems to be going pretty well. There's actually some excitement, believe it or not, about this people taking this new assessment. Also, anecdotally, just yesterday, I called my niece, Malia. She's an honor student at Concord High School. But she and my sister-in-law, Meta, just moved back to New Hampshire from Denmark last year. So I asked my niece about this civics requirement, which I had some interest in, and she said she just started a civics class here in Concord, and that she had not taken the test yet, but that she was looking forward to it. Or so she said to me. Maybe she just was saying that, but she's an honor student. So anyway, I of course was interested. I asked if there was much feedback from her classmates, and she said she didn't sense any issues. And I pointed out that I was the original sponsor, so that they can extend credit or blame to me, whatever. So anyway, I know this committee does a lot of bills, and most of them don't necessarily get into pedagogy or learning, but this law does. And so with this new universal requirement, every New Hampshire high school graduate is pretty much guaranteed now to have that solid foundation of basic civics and history fundamentals that was often lacking in some districts before this law was passed. So anyway, this creates a new source, we think, of pride and accomplishment while enhancing the value of a New Hampshire high school diploma and increasing confidence in and support for our schools. So we submitted this measure 1682 at the request of Department of Education, which sought some sanction for the department for DOE to develop a digitized version for the greater convenience of all the schools and school districts. Dr. Nate Green is here as well, and I'm sure he could also help to answer some questions about this. It's kind of like a housekeeping measure, but I know there's a couple pieces of it that you may have some questions on, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions if there are any.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Maybe folks who were involved in this previously know what I don't know. I'm a little surprised that it's not digital already. How is the test administered now?
Sure, thank you for the question. That requirement that is now law is being met a little bit differently, I think, from district to district, school to school, which is why this measure would help to create a common version. I'm going to read you, if I could, a message that I received from Dr. Green, who was here, copy to Diana Fenton, because when they asked to put this in for the digitized version, I had some questions too. So from Dr. Green, and he's here as well, the request for a digital version of the test was made in order to have a consistent measure for all teachers to use. Currently, to your excellent question, teachers are giving the test to their students in a variety of different ways or modifying it in various ways. Since the federal version of the test is given orally, those of you who were in this committee a couple of years ago will remember that. The federal version of the test to immigrants and people trying to become citizens is given to them orally. They pick out like 10 questions and they have to get 6 right. For our students, we have in statute that they have to take all 128 questions and study all 128 questions. So it's not possible to use that approach of giving the test orally with 128 questions from a time perspective. The accommodations and modifications in the statute were there so that schools could modify their local assessment. When we put this into statute, I specifically made provisions for IEPs so that students with IEPs could have the exam, the assessment administered in accordance with their IEPs. So back to Dr. Green, those accommodations are all built into the state's assessment system, so there's no need for schools to create the accommodations anymore since they will be in the system and tied directly to a student's IEP. And finally, regarding the fiscal note, again, this is from Dr. Green, I do not believe there would be a fiscal impact locally. The same teachers that were giving the test previously will likely be the same teachers that will be administering the digital version of the test. Let me know if you'd like to meet to discuss any of these points prior to the bill being introduced in committee. So I emailed Dr. Green. He's here, as I've said 3 times. And hopefully that answers your question, Representative Damon, somewhat.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Representative Moffett. So really, there's 2 main things in here. One, that it's a common digital assessment. And secondly, removing the local option. Is that correct?
Yes, you can see what's been crossed out in the bill as introduced. And I'm going to defer to Dr. Green if he's still here. And yes, he is. Thank goodness. I'll defer to him. I think he could answer that better, and he's right here.
Further questions from the committee, Representative Myler.
Yes, just as an aside, I'm surprised that you didn't put in an amendment here that would mandate that anybody who runs for office should pass this test.
Thank you, Representative Myler. Believe it or not, and I know you believe it, that has come up numerous times that we should take that exam, and I support that, but that's just me. So
What we're going to do, though, is we're going to put a bill in so members of this committee can get paid a stipend from the Education Trust Fund, perhaps 3% to 4% of the annual interest. Wouldn't that be great?
I've also heard it said that we should take a competency test too.
that's it. That's if you're running for president, I think.
Further question. I do have one on this, though. This comes underneath the section, and I'm not objecting to this test at all. I think it's good. But are we communicating to the public that this is being used as a digital assessment of the teaching of history, New Hampshire history? Because we talk history and government of the United States and New Hampshire. Does the test you're referencing here, the immigration test, all those questions, reference any history for New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. With regard to the immigration test referencing history, if you look at the 128 questions, a lot of them are with regard to government structure. A lot of them are about history. And the beauty of this is that students have, it's like a driver's test in a sense. You know, you get a manual that you need to study to get a driver's license. And here, driver's licenses, you teach the test, so to speak. And the body of knowledge here, the 128 questions, does include a lot of history. So any student or every student who needs to pass this exam needs to be familiar with and study the body of information, body of knowledge that is included in 128 questions. So yes, there is a lot of history in there. U.S. history, not New Hampshire history specifically.
Okay, that was my concern. That is it wise that we? Well, I won't start that way. Assess a digital assessment of the parentheses, history and government. Up top, it talks about New Hampshire. And I've looked at it, and I haven't seen a whole lot of New Hampshire history. Yes, there's a lot of continuity between our Constitution and the Constitution of the United States.
It's funny you should mention that, Mr. Chairman. I happen to be on a civics commission that has been tasked with addressing that very situation of developing some civics infrastructure in a textbook for New Hampshire. So I assure you is in the works with this commission. In
I
fact,
sit on that commission too.
I knew that, and we have a meeting on Wednesday, the 7th, yes.
Your meeting on Wednesday. Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you. Did I hear incorrectly that there was a new name for this test?
The question was, is there a new name for this test? Not that I'm aware of. The assessment is the 128 question 2020 version of the United States. It's in the.
I only raise that because as long as you're dealing with the bill, if there is a new name for it, we should probably put that in this particular bill. But I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that from a teacher, I think, that said, well, we don't have to do that now because they're not doing that test anymore. They've got a new test now. It's not in the law.
Sure, and that type of confusion is a concern. That's why in statute, we specifically said this is the 128 version, 128 question 2020 version.
Mm-hmm.
Since 2020, they've gone back to the 100 question version. So that's perhaps why there's some confusion because they went from 100, it was 100 questions, it went up to 128, and now it's back to 100. So we specifically wanted the more rigorous, there's more knowledge in the 128 question version to study. So that specifically is in statute is the assessment that the schools are expected to administer.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other pink cards on this?
Dr. Green.
Dr. Green? Okay.
Just hoping you'd step up.
We'll need a pink card when you leave, Nate.
Yes.
If I may. My question is a simple one. Representative Moffett said that the new assessment system automatically provides provisions for persons with disabilities, et cetera. Can you clarify that a little bit since we've now eliminated that one lines 14 to 19 from the proposed legislation?
Yeah, so specifically in the statute, it had said schools are required to provide accommodations and may modify the naturalization examination for a child with a disability. And that was in there previously because the schools themselves were creating the test. And so not knowing what format that test might be in, the only person that would be able to modify the test would have been the school district in accordance with a student's IEP. Under the statewide assessment system, we have a whole host of accommodations that are built into the system that are matched to students' IEPs. So schools now would no longer be required to modify the test. They just need to make sure that the accommodations are in the student's IEP. So when the student goes in to take the test, those accommodations now will be automatically applied. And that's because the test itself would be standardized within the state assessment system.
If I may.
Yes.
What kind of accommodations are we talking about?
So there could be a variety of accommodations. Some things are as simple as allowing a student extra time if you have a time test. If you have a student that has a particular vision impairment, there are ways for the system to create larger font, to create more contrasted font by changing the colors of the text or the background of the screen. We have text-to-speech accommodations, which are software programs that will read text out loud to students. So it really depends on the particular disabilities that are identified in the student's IEP.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Dr. Green. I think I was incorrect previously when I said it eliminates the local assessment requirement. But I was a little confused about the getting rid of the local accommodations because it seems like on lines 3 and 4, and then again in 10, there is a local assessment options. So and on lines 10, it seems that a local assessment and the U.S. citizenship test are required. So wouldn't the district be able to do accommodations on the local assessment that they develop?
Yeah, so special education is both a state requirement and a federal requirement. So schools are required under federal law to provide the accommodations identified in a student's IEP. So if we didn't call it out at all within this statute, a school would still be required to follow that child's IEP. We had just removed it from that sentence because it had referred specifically to the naturalization exam. But it would, regardless of whether we're talking about the USCIS test or the locally sanctioned competency assessment, school would be required to provide students with accommodations.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up to Representative Myler's question, do you know anything about a new name for that test?
No, I believe that that's probably in reference to the newer version of the USCIS test. The 2020 version was the 128 question. It's now reverted back to a previous version that's now 100 questions. And actually, if I could just respond maybe a little bit to a question that Chairman Ladd had asked earlier regarding the New Hampshire history, I think one of the reasons that both the local competency assessment and the naturalization exam were in the statute is that local competency assessment is where you find much of the New Hampshire-based history because it isn't reflected in the USCIS test, which is more focused on United States government and structure.
Yeah, and I have one other question that's not linked to that, but is there a specific time that with the statewide assessments, we do that in spring? Can this be given to a high school student anywhere along their pathway? Or is it, if it's going digital now, are you going to request that it be done at a certain time?
So there were two things that we've looked at because currently we only use the statewide assessment at the high school level for juniors. So right now we don't have freshmen, sophomore, and seniors that are routinely rostered into our system. We do have information on seniors because they would have taken the state test the previous year when they were juniors. So in building this digitized version of the assessment, we've asked for two specific specifications. That would be that the rostering system is encompassing of all high school grades. So all students 9 through 12 would have access to the test. And then the test window itself would be open probably, if not the full school year, but even a little bit into the summer, particularly given that this is a graduation requirement. You may have students that are completing some of their graduation requirements as they're going into summer and may even need a little bit of time at the beginning of summer to fulfill some of their requirements. And we know there are districts that routinely have summer graduations for students that maybe have a half a credit that they're still completing, or they're missing a credit on their transcript, or if there's something like this where the test itself is a graduation requirement and they haven't taken it yet.
And who supervises the administration of this test so that Johnny Smith doesn't have David Hall do the test for him?
So with the state assessment, usually it's coordinated with school counselors and oftentimes the math and the ELA teachers of the high school because the current state assessment is focused on math, ELA, and then science. Excuse me. So likely it would be similar personnel, people that are involved with social studies programs at the high school in coordination with building principal and school counselors.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. Are there
Thank
any
you.
other pink cards on the senator? Do you have anything to say? No? Good. Anything else? Thank you very much. We will close this hearing. And we are done for the day. Ooh. Check marks on them all. Oh, yeah. Nate, we need a pink card.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was looking at these.
Yeah, appreciate it. I don't know. See, I think that on the universal one, what's 1634?